What is up, my ninjas? I am Strydent, and welcome to another video. I've been on this kick where I have kind of always been interested in doing this, but only recently did I really start getting into this heavy. So, in the past I've done videos where I talk to other YouTubers, folks like Agent O, folks like ODC, that's me, folks like Action Figure Addict 112, which was the last one I did, G.I. Joeberg, which we did a couple times, Cujo, and there's more people. I mean, you've seen people pop up on Off Our Brains, but what I'm really kind of focusing on these days is directing people's attention to other collectors that don't necessarily fall into the stereotypical collector shtick, because we hear the same shit over and over and over and over. And you're going to hear me talk about this in the actual video proper. But what I wanted to do was, again, take some time to highlight just another person that you might have come across a couple times in the comment section of my videos and on the Strydent Facebook page, and that is Dem GUTTS. You hear me talk about him, or you've seen us talk back and forth. Homeboy's always been active, not active as in I have no life. I always post stuff, you know what I mean? Like all the time. Because there's some people who say like you're not really relevant if you don't post all the time. To me, as long as you're part of the conversation, you're relevant in my world. You know what I mean? Because we all have life, we got other things going on. But Homeboy's always involved in the conversation. He's contributed and gotten me kind of on board. He really got me on board with Joy Toy figures over the past year, because he's kind of hipped me to some stuff that I like the look of, but I was kind of afraid to jump into. So I'm really glad to get the opportunity to sit down and just chat at length. Yes, this is a longer video. If you don't like longer videos, then this won't be for you. But for those of you who want something to kind of help you pass the time, this is perfect for you because you get to hear a lot of things. Him and I have a very similar background, and we're both from the East Coast, and we both grew up during the 90s, 80s, 90s, mostly the 90s though. So a lot of the same, some of the same stuff helped shape and inform the way that we do what we do, and how we ended up to be the type of folks that we are right now. So anyway, sit back, relax, get something to eat, something to drink, and today we're going to chat with Dem GUTTS. So let's get this going. So yeah, man, that's pretty much how it's been, and some of it was frustrating for me because I noticed that like a lot of the smaller channels don't show up in people's suggestions, and then there's even that crap with the bell, where people have to click the bell in order to be notified, and if they forget, they just don't get the notifications. So that's been a hassle. It's weird, man. The whole thing's been weird. So for a while I was just frustrated, and then I was like, you know what? This is my happy place when I get off work and I'm finished. I hang out with my son all the time and my wife, but like when he goes to sleep, and this is like my own time where I get to do what I want. I'm up in the man cave anyway. I'm usually looking at something in the collection because that's the whole point of having it. So I'm like, let me just keep making these videos and see what happens. So hopefully it won't be as bad as people think it is, because I don't think it's gonna be as nuts as it sounds. But it is annoying that, like, you could tell when I talk to people on my videos, I'm talking to adults. I curse like a sailor. I even got a warning in the beginning of my videos. So, like, it's not a surprise. But for them to say, all of us that are talking about superheroes or comics or whatever, we're just talking, we could potentially be trying to aim our content at kids. It's like, they got to do better. They could just watch the videos, like watch a handful so you understand the content, and then go from there.
Not only that, but what about the items that you review? It's not like it's Fisher Price stuff, so I don't understand. Most of it is collector's market, or I don't know.
Exactly.
It's kind of weird to me.
Yeah. So that's one of the issues that we're dealing with now. But I don't know. I'm gonna wait and see how it all turns out because I don't, like I said before, I don't think it's gonna be as bad. I mean, it probably is gonna be bad. There's no denying that. It's probably gonna be kind of bad for some people because there's a lot of. I mean, you see what the landscape looks like. Everybody, I shouldn't say everybody, but a lot of the big name toy reviewers, and this isn't even like I'm going out of my way to throw shade. This is me calling out just plain facts. They do this clown shit where they, hey guys, you want to see this cool toy I got? Yeah, blah blah blah.
And I already
It's
know
like
what I got one person in mind the minute you said that.
I hate that shit, man. Even like JC started doing that with his videos at the end and the beginning of the videos. I'm like, what is this bullshit, man? Like they already are saying that we are perpetrating and we kind of are trying to,
Yes,
you know, make yeah, like make the stuff sound kid friendly. But right now we need to be going out of our way to show that we're speaking to adults. I don't know, I don't identify with that. I mean, you think about like there's a stigma to people adults who still collect toys, you know? And then
yeah.
you jump online and you're like, clowning it up and shit, and it's like how are people going to take you seriously when you can't even take yourself seriously when you, I mean, I don't mean serious like we got to be hard like some of those cats that
Be
used
yourself,
to
basically.
yeah, exactly. I'm not talking about like the cats that rap about they used to sell drugs, now they sling action figures and shit. Fuck that, that's not what I'm talking about. That's a whole nother set of bullshit that gets on my nerves about this too. But you know, you're not cool because you collect action figures like that. We've never been the cool kids like that, you know what I mean, because of that.
That's true.
You know, so trying to make it sound like, you know, you're
the intro was hotter the main time a girl came over.
exactly. You know what I mean? No girl was like, oh, let me come over to his house and see his collection. You know, and then she sees your collection, she's like, oh my god, panties ready to drop because she saw your collection. That come on now, like we know. I mean, there's girls out there that maybe would do that, but back in the day, no. You know what I'm saying? That wasn't even that wasn't a thing. So yeah, it's strange to me that that's the way that some cats do things, but then you have the other extreme where everything is so goofy and weird, and it's like, why can't you just talk to people the way you would talk to people about these things that we're passionate about, so that, you know, people can learn something. If you get a figure that might not have hit their side of town, kind of like how it used to be back when like when the DCUC collection was out, when it first started, like at the tail end of what was that, 04, 05, something like that. The videos weren't so hardcore about I mean, they didn't feel corporate, I guess is what I'm trying to say. They felt just like people saying, you know, here's this figure, look, this figure, it looks good, it has good articulation, it has nice accessories, if you like this character, buy it. There was no ulterior motive. Now it feels like a lot of people, because you know they're sponsored, but they just don't always come out and say it.
Yeah. Yeah, they're trying to get that side package.
Exactly. So I don't know, but I don't know. Let's I guess let's jump into some of the fun stuff, man. Like so I know you've been doing the whole the Joy Toy stuff, man. Have you been collecting more stuff than when we last spoke?
I got the U.S. Marine set. Like,
oh, okay. How was that?
After some of the oh man, one of the arms snapped as soon as I took it out of the box.
What? I had a feeling. I had a feeling.
Sorry.
No, I said I had a feeling it would do that, man, because that's how the ones you got me, they had that feel to them. It's the only thing I really don't like. The paint is sometimes kind of meh, but the build quality.
Yeah.
Man.
Yeah, like the plastic, it feels kind of, I don't know, off, like brittle.
Yeah.
I'm not too sure how to describe it. It feels like a cheap form of plastic that they use in the figures.
Yeah. Yeah, I wish.
And then I got what?
No, go ahead.
No, I was saying I got one of the new female figures that they have on there. I forgot her name, Fox something or another, but her arm snapped in the box. And I'm not just completely done with that, man. I'm not buying anything from them anymore.
Really? Because they look dope. I
I
was
mean,
like,
it comes with joints. They
yeah.
come with joints. I don't want to have to sit there and drill into the body to pull the joint out. You know, this is like the first time it's snapped. I just threw it in the box, threw it underneath the bed. But I'm like, I spent money on it. At least let me try to fix it. I'll fix it. I don't know. I'm just done with that.
So they come with replacement joints?
Now they do. I guess they got so many complaints
Uh-huh.
that they added them to the box, but
what?
It's still trash, man.
Wow.
When you look at one of the pegs, you can tell that that's the one that's going to snap because it's like there's a little groove on the inside.
Yeah.
So it kind of thins the peg out.
Gotcha.
So as you're moving it, of course, it's going to stress the plastic, and after a while, snap it.
Damn.
Especially they have them snap in the box after spending so much money on it.
Yeah, that's bogus. That's bogus. That is bogus.
Yeah, I'm telling you, Locker Toys, they're really good customer service wise. Like they'll send out replacement parts and all that, but I shouldn't be working at this point. Like that's too much. I'm spending $30 on this whole thing.
I know, $30 on a G.I. Joe, 1/18th scale figure. That's crazy. That's crazy. I was complaining when people were selling used G.I. Joes on eBay for almost $30. Now you're buying brand new ones for $30 and they're breaking in the pack. Get the fuck out of here, man. Nah.
I understand the indie market, but at the same time, when you're getting cash for this, you should work on that. Exactly. It's coming from China. You guys should work on this.
Exactly. Because, I mean, they could easily corner the market. They easily, I mean, they'd be second to, like, Marauders. Or maybe even...
Honestly, they're putting out waves crazy. Like, there's, like, new sets every 2 weeks.
Yeah, I saw that one. It was called the Hardcore Cold Play or some shit like that. You know what I'm talking about? It's like a blue...
Honestly, I brought those.
You got them?
I brought 2 of them.
Yeah, there's the red dude.
I didn't get the shirtless guy.
Yeah, I didn't want the shirtless guy. He looked weird. I was like, I don't know. But the other 2, I like how they look, man. The design is nice. But I just didn't know, based on the way I felt about their build quality, I kind of was like, yeah, let me wait and see what I hear is the consensus. But I'm still working on getting Mechs, because the build quality of the Mechs seems to be on point. And they seem to be...
Yeah, because I have a few. I have a few of the 124 Mechs, and they're good. The build quality is real good.
I'm going to have to look into those, because I just have that one, the Tekken Mech. And I got the basic set. I didn't get the one that comes with, like, the wheels and the guns, the extra guns.
So I got the same one.
Okay.
The same exact one you got.
Yeah. I like it.
Pissed off the same way when I try to put the figure in there.
Man, I was so mad. I was so mad because I was like, when I realized what the scale was, I'm like, okay, so I know what figure I need to get. So I went and I was like, okay, this figure is 1/24th scale, just like the Mech. He should fit in. Then I'm like trying to figure out ways to put him in, and I'm like, are you serious? He doesn't fit. Like,
I even dunked the seat out. He still doesn't fit. The elbows, everything. I was so upset.
Yeah, I looked into it though. There's like it's like a robot. There's like a whole team.
Drone,
yeah, like a drone, a red, an orange, and a yellow one, I think it is, and they come apart, and then you just put the torso in there. Well, that's dumb though. They made a whole seat and everything. I mean, you could have just. I don't know why they didn't just make a figure that fits. But supposedly, I don't remember if it was you that was telling me this or someone else in the comments was mentioning that they redid that Mech. It's blue, and I think it's bigger. And it
was me because I had the white one.
Okay, cool. So, and it does fit like G.I. Joe sized dudes in there, right?
No. The 124. Same size, the same small figures.
Oh, gotcha. So you don't have to take them apart. This time you can just put them in regular.
Yeah, just put them clean in there. Yeah, don't have to worry about it. But the new one that they have, I think it was supposed to be coming out last month, like the end of October, but it never released.
Huh.
I guess they retooled it. I don't know if you've seen the new pictures of it.
Which one?
The ones for the 118 figure.
What is it called? Is it not the Zeus, but the God of War or something like that?
No.
No,
that's all of those are 124.
Oh, okay.
Let me see. I'll tell you right now.
I'm gonna look on Locker Toys and see if I see any of that. Yeah, I mean, I dig the design so much.
I think it's the Freeman.
Oh yeah. I know exactly what you're talking about. I know exactly which one. Yeah.
So they had one that looked like the generic figures from the first wave of figures that they had, the cyberpunk look.
Yeah.
They kind of changed the robot still looks the same, but the figure, the pilot, looks different.
Oh, okay. There's two of them, right? There's like a green one and a blue one.
They blue and a sand one, a desert color.
Yeah, desert. Yeah, you're right. But the driver has like a green vest, I think.
Green. Oh yeah. Green and
Yeah. They look dope, man. I'm ready. I'm ready. I need to get one of these.
I don't know if you're on the page right next to that, the Fox Hunter. That's the one that I have, and her arm snapped in the case.
Oh damn! And she looks dope too, man. Like that sucks. That's the one I wanted too, with the short hair and the knee pad on one leg. Yeah, I wanted her. And then I was looking at because I was thinking about doing some like zombie style, like a zombie,
like Resident Evil style.
Yeah. So I was gonna get that SWAT team, the set of 3. I think it's 3. It's either 3 or 4 figures, but I was gonna get them, and then I was just like, man, I don't know.
It's too much. I would say get one, and if you like the one, you don't get another one. When you get the set, it just feels like it's too much.
Yeah.
You don't get to enjoy the whole set like that. That's why I kind of stopped, because they're releasing like waves of 5. That's too much figures for me.
Yeah.
It's too much. I mean, they're at good prices. I think it costs like around $53 for the set of the 5.
Yeah.
It's just too much.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying.
I got Joes that I love. I'm not getting rid of them, and it's too much after a while.
Yeah.
1 or 2, dabble with it, yeah. And then after a while, with the build quality, too, you can't really trust what you're getting.
That's very true. That's very true. But I can tell you this. So I started making more like new Fenris Company shorts. And I'm going to try to make like a couple shorts. I'm not doing animation. I'm doing them like animatic style like I always did. And I want some of these guys because I want certain characters to be like, I don't want to say boss characters, but prominent characters, I guess. So I like the look of like those Coldplay dudes. I like the looks of the red and the blue guys. And I like the look of the what team was that? The special group.
Yes,
I dig that look. I kind of want them to be like, kind of like, you remember in the first Resident Evil how they had that team, the Umbrella Corporation
team. Oh, yeah. No, I know what you're talking about.
The Umbrella team that came in the beginning. Yeah, the minority team that just got decimated throughout the movie. I was like, man, they should rename the movie Destroy All Minorities, because man, they were going out of their way to kill all those folks. But I was so mad when homeboy Colin Salmon with the deep voice, when he got killed with the lasers, the grid of lasers that just like, first it was one laser for everybody.
Oh yeah.
I'm like, man, get out of here, man. As athletic as he was, of course. Yeah, man. I was like, get out of here, man. At least let him live, because he felt like he was supposed to be Hunk from well, he looked like Hunk. I mean, with the gas mask and all that.
Especially when he jumped up and he did that move and the laser went by, I was like, yeah, he's living, man.
Exactly. And then they went out of their way.
That mesh came, like, oh, it's over.
I know, right? You're done, son. He's done. But yeah, man, I want to do something like that for one of the team. I want that team to work for, one of the main villains in the story. So that way we get to show off, tactics and shit with these guys. But we'll see. We'll see how that works out. I mean, I
don't know if you noticed, though.
Huh.
They recycle a lot of the heads.
Oh, yeah, I see him. There's always a screaming dude. That one dude with his mouth wide open, I'm like, man, what is the deal with this?
Because on the special group, they use the 2 heads from the hardcore Coldplay team. They use the 2 heads from the guy.
Oh, the main 2. You're right. Yeah, you're right. You are correct. Yep. Damn, I missed that the first time I looked at them. Holy shit. But I like their gear.
I almost jumped on it. I almost jumped on it. I was like, yes, something stopped. I don't want to save more money. I don't want to keep spending my money on this shit.
The cool thing, though, is they do have helmets. So since they have helmets,
Yeah, you can swap the head.
yeah, swap the heads and
It's
cover
a
them up.
different head. Yeah, it's cool. I
Yeah.
like that helmet too. It's cool.
Yeah, and that's what I plan on keeping them like. I don't really care about the other heads. I mean, maybe one of them won't have the helmet on, but I like the look of them with the crazy helmets on. So what else? What else you been collecting? Like, what else have you been? What's been keeping you occupied since Joe's have been slowing up? Is there like Joe's you've been looking for that you know been hunting down and stuff?
I went back and I found Lifeline for 25.
Oh my god,
30th Lifeline.
such a dope figure. Such a dope figure, man.
Yeah. And I'm mad too because I brought the Marauder's body.
Oh, okay.
And I was gonna make them, and then I just came across it on eBay. I was like, motherfucker, I just spent $12 on the body. You know what? I'm just gonna buy the figure now. I'm not gonna find it for that price again.
Yeah, true. Yeah, you can make another medic though, you know, or a pilot.
Somebody that doesn't come in any weaponry.
Exactly.
It costs so much.
Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, I guess the original one did come with weaponry. He had a pistol and he had a some kind of assault rifle. I can't remember if it was a G36 or I can't even remember which type it was. I just remember I had him in that video I did forever ago. He was dragging, I think, Law, and he was using the rifle at the same time. Because this version, the Pursuit or 30th anniversary version, was like an updated version that had. It was like he was based off of like Coast Guard search and rescue team type stuff. Because remember they had the picture. I think the picture behind the figure on the card, he doesn't even have all the gear on. He just has the shades, and he looked like Kevin Costner, and what was the dude's name? You remember that movie? There was a movie about the Coast Guard. It was like ex-military. They joined the Coast Guard when they finished in the military, and it had all the tactics in the film where they were rescuing cats out of the water and diving off of.
That was probably past me.
Yeah, I can't even remember, man. I can't remember I'll look it up though. But it was him and a younger dude. I wanted to say Ashton Kutcher, but I don't think it was him. It might have been Josh Hartnett. But it was about the Coast Guard, and search and rescue. Jesus.
Search and rescue.
And
yeah, you're good, man. Good.
Yeah, but yeah, they were going for that that kind of aesthetic, which I like. I mean, most combat medics, it was called the Guardian. You're right. Yep, the Guardian. It was Ashton Kutcher. Oh shit! I thought it was one of those two like former model white dudes that young white dudes that are actors as well. Yeah. He had that kind of that vibe, but yeah, man, you know me. The 30th, I feel like the 30th and Pursuit of Cobra were technically one line, and then they split it up because they had they want to do something for the 30th anniversary. But yeah, those figures were dope. They were so hard to find, though. God, I remember me and my wife, man, searching shit. She'd be texting me like, "You have this one?" I'm like, "Nah," or I do, because they would have only the same couple figures. You know what I mean? Like it was always the Cobra security dudes from Renegades. You know what I'm talking about?
Oh yeah, the Cobra Troopers.
Yeah, the Cobra Troopers from yeah. I like them. I got a bunch of them between me and my son, man. We got a bunch of them, but yeah,
they're good army builders, man.
Oh yeah,
real good army builders.
Oh yeah, especially because you could do the one with the face could be your lead, and the ones with the helmets could be your goons. So yeah, I love those. I just miss how they were doing things, man. It's weird, and I really am kind of, I don't want to say anxious, but I'm curious to see what Hasbro does with whatever the next bunch of G.I. Joe stuff is going to be. I kind of don't care about Snake Eyes.
Did you hear the rumors?
What?
They said they were looking for somebody for like retooling or something like that.
What?
I'm not too sure.
Wow. That makes sense. I mean, they've been using the same, since the
tired ass molds.
Yeah, man, tired molds from the 25th to the Pursuit of Cobra, and then ever since Pursuit of Cobra, man, they've recycled the shit out of all those molds. I mean, I don't think there's a single Pursuit of Cobra 30th figure that wasn't reused or retooled in some piece with some other character from the Collectors Club. I mean, they went through everything. So I mean, I
don't
could
own one Collectors Club figure. I know that's too much money for figures.
yeah for figures that don't have hardly any paint. You know what I mean? Hardly any
Big ass
accessories.
heads on some of them.
Yeah, man. Nah.
I can't do it.
Yeah, I couldn't either. I couldn't either. I mean, and it. I was knocking people before, but I'm like, if you love it and that's what works for you, then hey, whatever. If you can pull that off. To me, it doesn't make sense because for the money, you could get like 3 or 4 of the Joy Toy teams. Yeah, some one of them is gonna break, but at least you're getting something new. Like
that's true.
You can search out
5 figures.
Yeah, you can search out the parts, search out the characters that or the team members that don't look the same, and then you got something different. But yeah.
And one thing I will say though that like after moving them after a while, it was like the joints widen, so you have to like heat them up and squeeze it back in order to get them tight again. That's it's kind of good.
Right, at least that way.
Marauders they kind of have the same thing. So.
Yeah. For Marauders, I find like if I when I wash them, when I first get them, I wash them off, in like hot water and then cold, and then they move fine, and I never have to do anything to them afterwards. Especially when you glue parts, like if you glue stuff onto either the legs or in the little peg holes and stuff. I make sure after it's done, I like wash them off and make sure everything is clean, and it usually works fine. The joints work fine. I've never had stuck joints on a Marauders figure ever so far.
They're not stuck. Like after a while, sometimes I keep them in poses. Sometimes you try to straighten them back out, and then they get a little floppy. Just heat it up a little bit and squeeze the peg back in it.
I got you.
Yeah,
I got you. So is that the only? Those are you're only collecting like Joe scale stuff, right?
I did get into like Figma. I got the Figma Guts.
Yeah, it's a dope figure. My brother
got
has
the Two-Face figure. I had to get that one. That's one of my favorite bad guys.
Two-Face from Figma?
No. This is the DC collectors, like little odd things. Like I'll see it and I'll buy it. Certain times I won't buy the whole thing.
Gotcha.
I'll get the one figure that I like.
Oh, okay.
So I got Two-Face. I got the Revoltech Deathstroke.
Yeah, he looks dope.
Kind of like the way he looked. Yeah. I didn't get any of the Mezco stuff. They look a little too stubby for me. I don't really like that look.
Yeah, I remember you saying that about Batman, so I was trying to take as many pictures as I could to show you, like, he actually... Because at first, you remember I said that, they look like they're wearing pajamas, and, like, it didn't look right. Like, it looked like they're wearing sweats and armor and stuff, and I was like, man, this doesn't look right. But then when I got that Superman figure, the BVS Superman figure, I was like, it doesn't look like what I thought it did. Like, it didn't look as bad as the pictures. And the pictures weren't bad. It gave a different impression. You know what I mean? As far as what I thought I was going to get.
I hear you.
But the suits...
Because my brother had a Space Ghost, and he looks real good in person.
Yeah. And that's how Batman is, man. I was surprised because you know how in the pictures, he's got real dark, thick line work, like panel lines. Those panel lines, you can barely see them when you get the figure. You got to get up close on them and you can see them. And I dig that better because then it kind of straddles the fence between like the classic look where he's gray and black armor, black gloves, black boots.
This is the Batman you're talking about.
Yeah, the Batman figure. Yeah, I saw Space Ghost ever since ago. Yeah, he looked good. I mean, it's a simple design, so they had to make sure that the suit fits the body perfectly. Because if it doesn't, then you fucked up, and people are gonna be like, what's going on with this figure? But yeah, with the Batman figure though, having him next to figures that are all sculpted, it doesn't really look like it's like it looks like the real thing because his suit is tight enough that it follows the musculature and it doesn't like bunch up in parts and stuff. I was impressed, man. Even without like a wired cape, because I've been seeing people use wired capes for the Mezco figures. Even without that, because I prefer when the cape flows freely for like Batman figures, because He's got always has a ridiculous cape, so it kind of makes sense. And then I can have him like sitting up high on something and have the cape draped down.
It's true. It's
not
true.
not that you can't do that with the wire, but it's a little easier to do it without the wire. But
he looks better with it draped down instead of like flared out. That's kind of mysterious. Yeah.
So yeah, I dig it, man. I was surprised, and like what's really making me get into them? Like when I got the Blade figure, it just reminded me like it's like an experience for the most part. You get so much, you get extra heads, you get extra hands. You realize like this is why you're paying $80. Whereas like when you get some Figuarts has started doing this shit with their Marvel figures where the articulation is good, but you got like one set of hands and like a weapon, if that. Or maybe, an extra head and the figure costs 90 bones. I'm like, really? You're charging me 90 for a Marvel character that comes with nothing? Or the same thing. Yeah, I'm like, since when? Like when and no one is really people don't vote with their wallets like they should. They're just like, oh, that's what it costs. Cool. I'm like, it's a toy, guys. Like after, I don't know. For me, that just feels excessive as fuck. Like $90 is plastic, just like any other figure. The articulation is, in many cases, with the Marvel and the Star Wars figures, it's like so compared to what we know Figuarts can do. Because over on the Japanese side, you got all these Kamen Riders with all sorts of armor and weird shit.
Oh yeah.
And they can do anything. You know what I mean? They can do any pose you want to do. You could do it with them. But then when you get the American figures, they always have some kind of limitation. But then they cost twice what the Japanese figures cost in many cases. Like, it doesn't make sense. And then the time that they did a good enough job and didn't get props for it was when they did the Justice League figures. Because the Batman figure is superposable. Huh?
No, I'm gonna look it up right now. I didn't even know that they did the DC line like that.
Oh yeah, they did. They did almost the whole Justice League except for Cyborg. They never got to Cyborg, and I think they showed pictures of him, but they never released him. And people dissed him because the Mechs one had a Batman that was like almost black. And I'm like, but his suit in the movie was gray and black. It had to be obvious because those are his colors. You know what I mean? But Mechs sometimes does their own thing. They're closer to the film in terms of sculpt, and they don't have the kind of articulation that the Figuarts do. And a lot of the fanboys, and they're tall. So the fanboys were like, man, that's the best Batman ever because he's tall. And I'm like, Figuarts are their own scales, so you wouldn't be comparing scales. You know what I mean? You wouldn't be comparing the Figuarts scale to like your Legends or your DCUCs or anything like that. You would be comparing them to other Figuarts. That makes sense. But that's the common sense approach. But that's not how that's not how the fan base handles it. So they dissed the shit out of those.
Are you going to get the Batman?
I already got him.
The Mechs?
Oh, the Mechs one. I might because I like Mechs. I would see, and this is the other funny thing is that I was championing Mechs back when everybody was dissing them when they were doing the BVS figures. Now you can't really find those figures for cheap unless you get the bootlegs, And I don't have anything against the bootlegs. I just know people seem to hate that shit. Like, if you can't afford, and they are asking stupid prices, why break the bank when you could get some of these bootlegs are almost as good as the originals. You know what I mean? It's like slightly different.
I got the bootleg Deadpool.
Yeah.
I love it.
Yeah, it works. It's especially if you don't really play with the stuff that you get. Like if you just pose it and then put it up on the shelf, leave it, and then come back to it and pose it again. There's like no reason for you not to get the bootleg. Why spend $100 on a thing that's going to just sit there?
That's too much. Man.
Yeah, it's way too much, man. Like, did you see the Mechs comic Spider-Man? He was going for like 94 when he came out, and they're doing another
that's
one.
Too much.
Yeah, it's way too much, man. I'm like, come on, guys.
I did pre-order the re-release on Hobby Link. I think they have it for $60 on Hobby Link.
Yeah, I saw it on there too.
With Big Bad Toys, so they want too much money.
Nah, yeah, they do. I'm about to get the John Wick off of Hobby Search because they have both of them on there for like 60 or something like that. Yeah, man, I'm just like, nah, these prices, man, I just can't. I can't. Like, it feels like they figured out that the fan base is so rabid that because it's a Marvel character, they'll pay whatever. Like, earlier this week, I'm kind of pissed at the whole Marvel Legends fanaticism. Earlier this week, we got this store here in Columbus called Big Fun. Um, and they sell like secondhand figures. And I'm talking like shit from every time period, like from the 60s, the 50s, all the way to now. They got a whole case full of Marvel Legends and Marvel Selects and all that stuff. Anyway, they were closed. I don't know if they were open at all this week, but I think on it was either Tuesday or Wednesday, they posted on Instagram security footage. Some black dude throwing a brick through the window, and
Oh man.
instead of this is what pissed me off more than anything is that, like, people rob places and they go to the register and you get the money and you leave.
Exactly.
This motherfucker had a fucking sack like Santa Claus and went over to the Marvel Legends case, smashed that shit open, pushed all these Marvel Legends in and left. And I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? You robbed the toy store for the toys. Like, you left them. The shit just made. And I'm not condoning that you rob people.
No, I understand.
Like,
I understand. Like, you totally bypass money that would help you get future shit.
Yeah, I'm like, what the fuck? I mean, and like, it's weird. And I'm clarifying for the audience because there's always that one genius that's going to be like, oh, so you're condoning Robert? No, you shouldn't. You work, get a job. It's easy. There's all kinds of jobs. But I couldn't believe it because when I saw him make, like, as soon as you come into the store, on your left hand side is the case of Marvel Legends, and there's like boxed, mint and box Marvel Legends and old Toy Biz Marvel figures and selects and stuff like that right above the case. And you just saw him go right to the left. He was still, part of his body was still in the frame on the camera that's looking at the door. I was like, you got to be kidding me.
They probably had one camera from before. He had to be casing that joint to know exactly where to go.
Oh, yeah.
He had to be looking there a few times.
I'm pretty sure he did. Yeah, I'm pretty sure he did. I just couldn't believe that. I'm like, man, really? It's that serious out there with Marvel Legends that you got to be robbing a place? Like, come on. Man, I don't know. And it's like people forget that it's just toys, man. I don't know. I like the hobby and all, but like,
it's that rare, man. You gotta risk your freedom for them. Fuck
it. It just doesn't make sense to me, man. I'm like, yeah, it can't be. If he was a crackhead, you're not gonna get that much money at the fucking, I don't know, the swap meet or the fucking pawn shop for your Marvel Legends. The only place.
So he's a fan. He's definitely a fan.
Yeah, he had to be. He had to be. He probably
went there, seen what he wanted, broke right back in there and stole it because he didn't have the money to buy it. Like, fuck it, I got this brick though, so.
I was so angry, man. I've been angry about this shit since I saw. I'm like, who robs the toy? You could have sold old toys that you don't like to them to get money to buy the shit you actually want. And this dude was like, nah, I can't do it. I got to.
I kid that did that shit.
Yeah, he looked older. But I mean, you never know. Some of these kids are big these days. They look grown. It just pissed me off. I'm like, man, the people there are so cool, man. Like, you could be in there all day. Once you talk to them, you're gonna want to come back because they're cool people. I mean, they don't treat you like shit. They don't care. Yeah, it just the shit pissed me off so much. I'm like, I can't believe this shit, man. The place has been there for a while, and no one, we haven't. Well, I'd say one time somebody tried to smash the window, but I think they were beefing with somebody that was in the building. But they hadn't been.
Okay, he came back and did some super shit.
Yeah, this cat though, he straight up jacked them for some fucking Marvel Legends. But yeah, man, it's weird, and it's been weird seeing the reaction for the this 3-pack that just dropped. I'm surprised that people are so. I mean, I guess I shouldn't be because anything new from Hasbro, the usual suspects are always like, it's the greatest thing ever. It's always the greatest thing ever. Like, it can't possibly be anything wrong with it because it's new. And I'm like, come on, guys. Like, Hasbro sometimes they drop the ball in simple areas, and then other times they do a good job, and that's why we say something because we know they're capable of doing a better job. But I don't know.
I don't know what it is with the build on them, like the body. They just kind of look like they're all the same across the board. That's why I never really got into them. A few of them I'll buy, like the Taskmaster and Deathlock.
Yeah. I almost picked up Deathlock today. I saw him at where was I? It was like GameStop, I think, and they had them, but they had the X Force version. I just want the original, like the
oh yeah, the gray suit. I got you.
Yeah, I want the red suit because I had the old Toy Biz one back in the day. I used to read Deathlock like crazy when I was a kid.
Yeah, for some reason, he was like one of my favorite heroes as a kid too. I don't know what it was with his look or whatever. I liked him.
He was unique. He was real unique, man. My other favorite, and people always make fun of me, was Sleepwalker, and I still till this day think
I like Sleepwalker.
Sleepwalker was dope, man. I was like, just the idea of an alien that exists on a different plane, and he kind of has to take a human host, but he can escape that plane when the host is asleep. This shit was dope, and he was real powerful too. He was just unique.
I dug his look. That's why my younger brother brought at least like 5 of the books, and that's what made me get into it.
Yeah. One of my best friend at the time, he bought the books, and I was like, man, I got to get into this shit. So I went back and got as many as I could find before it got canceled. Yeah, I always dug him, and it's weird because Marvel acts like he didn't exist, even though there's fairly recent books where he popped up. I think like a Marvel team up from a couple years back where he popped up in that book. I was like, at least somebody knows that he exists, you know? Ghost Rider, man. I'm waiting for them to do a Dan Ketch Ghost Rider, man. Like classic 90s Dan Ketch Ghost Rider with the crotch rocket style, big plate on the front of the bike.
And when I got into him, that's the one that I got into. I didn't get into the old Johnny Blaze one until like after. Danny Ketch is the one I like.
Yeah, same here. And they just refuse. And I know there's some kind of weird legal thing that was going on for a while. That's why they redid his story and made him and Blaze were related, but they didn't realize it and all this other weird shit. But just that look and the fact that we got one with Toy Biz, but the bike was kind of a stand, not a full-on bike. I mean, there have been so many times where I was going to take that bike apart and then take parts of it off and put it on one of those Maisto bikes. I just never got around to it.
Oh, okay.
Those metal ones, you know what I'm talking about? The plastic and half plastic, half metal ones. I like those, man.
Because I used them for my dreadnoughts.
Yeah. They're dope, man. They weren't expensive, which is what makes you wonder, like, when people are saying, "Oh, it's got die cast." Yeah. So what's that supposed to mean? Why? Like if
they should look good.
Yeah, die cast is supposed to be kind of cheap. That's why they use it for toys. I mean, telling me that the figure costs $100, $200 because it's got die cast is kind of like, nah. I mean, think about it. Like Jada Toys, I just got the Knight Rider that they did because they're doing those like famous vehicles, famous car sets.
What scale?
I think it's a little smaller. It looks like 1/27th or 1/24 scale. It's a little smaller than like Joe's can't fit in there, and the Joy Toy UNX Corp that I have, he can fit in there if I force it just a little bit. He's just a little big. I got to take off all his gear, and then he'll sit in pretty decent. But yeah,
I've seen the Fast and the Furious thing that they had for it. I forgot the name of it. It looked like a tank.
Yeah, the Tread Ripper thing. Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, I seen that. That's the only thing I've ever seen from Jada.
They did.
Seen much.
They did a Batmobile. Well, they did a couple Batmobiles. I saw the Keaton Batmobile, and it came with a little figurine of Keaton as Batman.
I seen that. Okay, I seen
and
it.
They did a BVS
I think they have it on Big Bad.
Yeah, they probably have all of them on there. They did they may have even done an A-Team van. I know they did Hopper's truck from Stranger Things.
Stranger Things.
They did.
Are you to that show too?
Yeah, I dig it, man. I dig it. It reminds me of, it's like The Gate light, for lack of a better term. Do you remember that movie from back in the day, The Gate? It's got what's his name?
Yeah.
Stephen Dorff when he was a little kid.
The things that you wanted.
Yeah. And it had the what were they called? The minions. Those weird looking They were
The
like
little,
claymation little demon things, and the kid
yeah,
had like
yeah, I remember that.
had like an eye in his hand and shit. Like it felt like that vibe, but not as scary. Because it's weird watching that movie as an adult and then realizing that when I was a kid, we were allowed to watch this. Like it wasn't rated R. It was PG-13.
We seen so much shit.
Yeah, man, for real. So it's like
I seen Hellraiser when I was like 8.
oh my god, oh my god,
Man, that shit fuck. I swear to God, I stood up the whole night hugging my grandmother
yeah.
and watched the sun come up. I could not sleep. After seeing all that skin being ripped, like, nah, I'm not
Yeah,
going to sleep.
yeah, man. Like it's crazy because like I know I wouldn't let my kids watch that shit when they were like my older son. He's about to be 18 next year. He can do what he wants as far as watching movies and shit. And even he would be like, yeah, some of this shit's too much. But the 6-year-old man, I keep him far away from a lot of stuff, man. I'm like, the way things are these days, I'm like, yeah, nah. I'll let him know it's out there, but I'm not. I'll let him get a little bit old. Like he knows who RoboCop is because he's seen my figure and he's seen the cartoon and he's seen the trailer for the movie, but we haven't actually sat down and watched the movie. And I would normally sit down and watch movies with him, but you remember how pretty like graphic that shit was with the big chunks of meat flying off when people getting shot and stuff.
So,
I'm like, nah.
First death scared the shit out of me when I was a kid.
Yeah, man. When he blasted off a big chunk of his head, I was like, yeah, nah.
Yeah. Like, yo, how y'all just playing with this man's life? I was so troubled when I see
It's true, man. So I was like, yeah, there's no way. Like I told him when you hit about 12, we'll sit down and we'll watch RoboCop. So you got some time. Same thing with Rambo.
Because the arm came off. I think that's what messed me up. Usually you see people get shot, they hold it, and they drop. And they drop. Arm come like, what the fuck is going on? New ball game.
It's true, man. It's so true. I remember when I saw it, I was just like, what? And I saw it on TV back in the day on Channel 11. It was either 11 or Channel...
I seen it in the flicks.
9. And you
had to be Channel 11. They showed everything.
Yeah, they showed everything, man. Because when he got shot, I was like, no. And my parents went to Atlantic City for their anniversary, and they told me I could not watch it. Then I was like, well, you're not here. They're not here, so I'm just gonna flip to Channel 11 because I know when it comes on. Man, I was sitting there gripped, just like completely stuck. Like, oh my god, man, what's gonna happen to him, man? And then they show the surgery for the cybernetics and all that. Man, it's dope. Don't get me wrong, but it is graphic. So yeah, I try really hard to keep my son, like I'm holding off before I show him some of that stuff. But yeah, watching Stranger Things, it just reminded me of like, okay, this is kind of like the 80s, but no, in the 80s and 90s,
like the Goonies.
And I love the Goonies. We watch that one all the time. But yeah, man, it's weird. It's weird seeing all this throwback stuff, this nostalgia overload almost. I'm ready for new shit. I mean, they're bringing back the Matrix. It's like, come on, let's get some new shit out there,
This is the problem. I don't know. Nobody's really trying to do anything new because they're scared to waste the money. So they're playing with nostalgia, but at the same time ruin it. So I don't know what they're doing.
Yeah, it's true. It's weird though because a lot of the short films that pop up on YouTube are where all the ideas are popping up. Where all the innovation is happening, and a lot of people. I don't think enough people are watching that stuff because if they were, then we would get more of those things as movies, and we're not. You know what I mean? Because
I watched a few of them on there, like the sci-fi ones,
yeah,
cyberpunk shorts or whatever. I watched most of them.
Yeah, like Oats Studio is pretty dope. That's the cats that did Neil Blomkamp, the guy who did District 9, and he did Elysium, and he did.
That's that Rancor or something like that. Rancor, I forgot the name of that short that they did with like an alien or something. It was something along the lines of District 9. I was watching it.
Huh. I got to think of what you're talking about. It was a short, or it was one that they made, a short that they made into a movie.
Let me look it up right now. It was on YouTube.
Gotcha. Yeah, his studio, he did a series called Adam. I think that's his studio. Oats. It's like a handprint, like a weird alien handprint. Um, they did this series, and it looks super real. And I can't even remember what the name of the software was they were using. I don't remember if it was the Unreal Engine or it was something else, but it looked good. What it looks photorealistic. It's about these robots that have
I've
essentially
seen that with the face.
with the weird face, the weird like white face.
Yeah.
Shit was dope. I was like, wow, man. There's a couple things they've done on there where I was just like, man, this shit is dope. They need to make this into a movie, and they never get optioned into films, or if they are, they're films that are going to be coming out like 2025,
Sundance or something like that.
Yeah, but yeah, I want to see more of that stuff become a movie. Like, did you see the Uncharted movie that Nathan Fillion did, the short?
No, I didn't even know there was one out.
Yeah, he did a short where he plays Nathan Drake, which, I mean, everybody knows that's pretty much who Nathan Drake was modeled after, and they play it exactly like the game, camera angles and everything. Even the way right before an action scene happens, the camera pulls from like the cinematic view to like really far away so that you can see Nathan run around and jump and do all the stuff. It was dope. I was like, wow, it's kind of simple, but it was dope. And they had the dude from Avatar, the dude who played Quaritch, the main Cable looking dude. You know what I'm talking about? The buff,
yeah, okay,
old white dude.
That's all you had to say, Cable looking dude.
they had him play Sully. I was like, man, that's kind of dope. It actually works. Yeah, it was dope. And it's like, this is all you need. Supposedly they're doing an Uncharted film and they're having Tom Holland play Drake. I'm like, what? That doesn't even make sense. He's a
little short. Like, I don't know.
He looks super. I mean, I know he's older than what he plays. That's always the case. But he's like way younger. He doesn't have any of what I would consider. He doesn't even resemble the character. I mean, he's white. That's it. You know what I mean? But he doesn't have any of the features.
It's a little narrow. It's not as square as Drake.
Yeah, he doesn't have even his delivery, things. Not to say that he couldn't switch it up because he's an actor. He better be able to. I mean, that's the job. Pretend to be other people. But, he wouldn't be the first person that I would think of. And I remember before him, they were going to have freaking Mark Wahlberg play Drake. And I'm like, no, nah. I mean, it's closer than Tom Holland, but no. No.
He don't have the same charisma.
Exactly. So yeah, man,
he'll sound like a worried Drake through the whole movie. Like,
exactly. I know they're gonna kill him, and then they're gonna try to kill us. I don't need that, man. Like, no, Sully, what are you doing?
That short I was talking about is made by Old Studio as well. It's Rakka. Raka.
Oh yeah, I know what you're talking about. I saw there was another one, and I don't know, maybe this might be the same one. Is it the one that has like a portion of it takes place during like Vietnam or something? Or are you talking about one?
No, this one looks like it's set in the District 9 area. Honestly,
oh,
that's exactly what it looks like.
Okay. Yeah, I've probably seen it, man. There was a whole time.
Check out that short.
Yeah, I'm gonna put it in here right now so I can check it out when we finish. There were a whole bunch of them. What is this? Am I spelling it wrong? Let me put Oats with it. Oats Studio. Yeah, there was a point in time where when I learned about Oats Studio. Oh yeah, I'm thinking of Firebase. You're talking about the one. Rakka's the one with the chick. I think it's a chick, right? Like her daughter got snatched, and she's fighting these aliens.
Yeah, I seen it a while ago. I need to rewatch it, honestly.
Yeah, I think I've watched this.
The last one I watched was the one with the alien, not the robots with the white faces.
Yeah,
and they were dying off. I kind of like that.
Yeah, Adam. Yeah, I'm gonna have to check that out because there's a couple episodes of Adam. I don't know if it's 2 or 3, but There's a couple episodes. The one I was talking about with the Vietnam and like these weird aliens that've been here for a while is it's called Firebase. And then there was another one I watched with it had these aliens that were trading with people. They were trading like weapons and stuff with people. It felt like District 9 kind of, but the aliens didn't look like the prawn from District 9. But yeah, man, everything in I like where they're going with this stuff. I just want the action to get to the point that matches the craziness of the visuals. Like I miss do you know who Ryuhei Kitamura is? Have you ever seen
That's from Versus?
Yeah, Versus, yes.
Yeah.
Oh my god, that
I have
dude.
a few of his movies.
Yeah. I think I have I had at one point I had everything he'd done up to Lupin the Third. And I
did not see that.
Yeah, it Lupin the Third, it's alright. I mean, it feels like a slick
like Lupin.
Yeah, it feels like it. Like it feels just like it. I mean, the dude they should have got a mixed, and I don't know, maybe the actor is mixed. He looks like he's just Japanese, but they should have got an actor that looked mixed because the character is supposed to be mixed. He's like French and Japanese, or he's just French.
Yeah.
But everybody else though, they have the feel for that the characters have, especially Jigen, man. Who I'm almost done with that review. I know I've been sitting on that shit for a minute.
I got you.
I'm doing it as a quick review since the figure is almost identical to Lupin. That's probably the only reason why I held off for so long is because it's the same body. It's just the accessories and the head are different. He's dope though.
Yeah, the colors.
Yeah,
I love him, man. I got him posed up in the chair smoking a cigarette right now.
Yeah, they're dope, man. I need to go back and get Fujiko and try to get my hands on Zenigata because, you know, I'm sorry, I think it's Revoltech, right? Legacy of Revoltech, that's the line. They didn't do anyone else except those two.
Zenigata?
No, what's his name? Figure Arts did Zenigata, and they did Fujiko too.
Okay.
And I know Fujiko is always like $35 or $40. She's been that way since she came out. Zenigata was an exclusive, just like their Jigen, so he always goes for stupid money. But
yeah, of course.
And that gets on the exclusives get on my nerves with Figure Arts, man, because they always do like an important character will be a web exclusive, as if you need to make them an exclusive in order for people to want to get them. You know what I mean? Like.
Just put the sale, exactly.
Just offer him like everybody else. You know, people will get them. But okay, here's some stuff I've been asking this for everybody that that I do one of these with because I get tired of when you watch a lot of and listen to a lot of podcasts with collectors, right? Everybody says the same shit. Everybody likes the same stuff. Everybody collects the same way. And they all kind of co-sign some of the things that make collecting look problematic. And I know, like, one of the reasons why I started even doing YouTube videos and stuff is because I wanted to counter a lot of the way that things are passed off, when it comes to, like, geek culture and shit like that. You know what I mean? Like, not all the collectors are neck-bearded white guys. You know what I mean? Not all the collectors are all male, number one. We got girls out there to do it too.
That's why you stood out.
Yeah, I tried. I was trying because I got tired of hearing the same shit. I'm like, really? Not everybody's going to take out a credit card to buy toys. Like, that doesn't make sense. But that's most of, you know what I mean? Most of these, like, the typical collector, that's what they do, And it's like, for me, this is a hobby. When I have leftover, extra money and time, I'm like, hey, let me go look up some figures and get them. I don't like my life doesn't revolve around my collection. My collection is part of my life. So how like
I definitely hear you on that.
How do you collect? Like, what are some of the things you do? Like when you, I mean, it sounds like you're similar to me. You cherry pick the characters you really like, Do you ever buy full waves just because? Do you are there specific lines that are like your mainstay lines? Like what how would you describe the way you collect stuff?
I really cherry pick. Like it really depends on the design of the character. I'm
Uh-huh.
not gonna buy the whole line just because it doesn't make any damn sense. First, I don't have the space,
Yeah.
and that's so much money wasted.
Yeah. That makes sense.
It's typically just by design. Like if I like the way the character looks, the outfit or whatever, I'll buy it. I won't even have to buy a partner or a whole army. I just need the one figure. I'll be happy with the one.
Yeah. That makes sense. What about with uh certain lines? Like, are you more of an import person, or are you more of a like a domestic, or do you just, like you say, you just cherry pick with those two based on what how they look?
I believe I have more import figures,
Okay.
and that's only because of the time when I started collecting again. That's when Revoltech was at its highest, and they were like $40 for a figure. I was just buying them up.
Yeah.
As they came out, like the design of them, the way they like, even though that you could see the ball, at least they look like how they look in the comic. I mean, in the manga or in the anime.
Yeah, it's true. It's true. And the posability is dope. My only gripe with Revoltex, why I don't have more, is that it's once you stand them up straight, which seems like a dumb thing to point out because they're all about the dynamism and stuff. But like, as soon as you try to stand them up straight, it's like, what the fuck? Like some of the joints on some of the figures just don't, like, they don't look right. They're all sashaying, ass all to the side, and it's like it's like they were
I have
built.
Gigantor, and I can't get him to stand up for shit. I just put him in the pose and just left him with the thing in his back. And like, fuck it. I can't bother. It's just gonna make me mad. I can't bother you.
It's so much work, but I mean they've gotten better because like when I got Psylocke, that's why I geeked out so hard about that figure. I was like, damn, this is what I wanted.
Awesome, man.
She's so dope, man. I was like, this is what I wanted because when I was a kid, of all the female X-Men, that was my one. She was it. I was like, because she's a ninja. She could fight. She always had something snarky to say, and Jim Lee drew her so well. You know, he always draws Asian-looking people anyway. So the one Asian chick,
really was the best to me.
yeah.
So.
He was my favorite, man. Like I was telling people before, the reason why I even got into comics was because he told me I could. I met him in Philadelphia in '93. Is '93 or '94 when Image dropped? This was back when, you know, like I think I was in 7th or 8th grade. No, I wasn't in 8th grade yet. I was in 6th or 7th grade, and my art teacher took us to. That was the first convention I ever went to, and it was Image was starting. It was people walking around dressed as the Wildcats and the Mechs and Spawn and shit. And it was weird because you know how now, if you wanted to talk to these folks, you got to be in line, and it's gonna be like 2 seconds, and it's gonna cost you like $300 or something just to be in their presence. Yo, there was nobody there except for people who read comics, and I brought a bootleg ass cardboard portfolio with all my drawings, which were shit that I copied, Jim Lee drawings that I copied because I was trying to learn how to draw like Jim Lee. And
who wasn't at that time?
I know, right? That was everybody, right? I met him and Mark Begley. Those were the two main guys that I was looking at. And then like shortly afterwards, Campbell, J. Scott Campbell popped up, and he blew me away with Gen 13. But at this convention, I got to...
I'm not going to lie. I loved Liefeld when he came out.
Me too. Me too, man. I still got those old X-Force.
Whole thing.
Yeah, I still got some of those, man. Like I loved him when he first came out, and then I went back and I realized he was drawing other shit before he blew up at Marvel, and his style looked more like Arthur Adams before he blew up at Marvel. When he blew up at Marvel, he kind of started doing this weird other thing, which it worked for the time. It was different. That's what made him stand out.
Yeah.
But
my dumbass traded the first appearance of Wolverine in the Hulk comic book to get a Rob Liefeld comic from my friend because I like the artwork. I felt like I could learn more like how to draw from his artwork.
Yeah.
Than from that old comic book.
You learn what not to do from his work.
Big fucking idiot, man. Yes. But I got that as a gift. Like my uncle had a whole crate of comic books that just happened to be in there, but of course I didn't know the value at the time.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah, I mean,
years later I looked like, oh, I had the dickhead.
No, man. I think comics had a different kind of worth. I mean, like we know now as adults that there's certain comics that we might have had that if we had sold them back then, we would, or kept them from back then and then sold them now, we'd have a ton of money. But I mean, we also saw the crash. You know what I mean? The comics crash.
Yeah.
So we know like
late 90s.
Yeah, late 90s when everything kind of just, or mid to late when it just, because everybody was buying up all the number ones. Then Marvel started printing new number ones. Then it was too many number ones, and none of it was worth shit.
I just remember kids getting into Pokemon at that time.
Uh-huh.
So it was like even my little brothers, I couldn't get them to read a Batman comic. They just want the Pokemon cards.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
it.
I remember that.
They didn't even care. They just want the cards. They're not looking into the lore or anything. They just want the cards.
Just the cards.
Anything.
Yep. That's what I was going through. My son, my 6-year-old is starting to get into Pokemon stuff because of his friends at school. And I'm like, you got to know what they do. Understand what this is about. Don't just get them because they're talking about them. Like, do you actually like these characters? You know what I mean? Because if that's the way it is, you're going to be unhappy because there's cards that came out way before you ever even got into this that you probably will never get a hold of, you know? So, like, you know, get into it and learn all the stuff so that it's worth it for you. But, yeah, man, at that convention, Jim Lee freaking sat with me for almost an hour, uninterrupted, which is, by today's standards, what the fuck? Like, why weren't people bugging him?
Wow.
It was uninterrupted for about an hour. And this cat just looked at my shit and he was like, if your anatomy is good, he asked me how old I was. I told him, you know, and he's like, damn, you're extremely young to be doing, like, decent anatomy because you have things in the right place. You just need to practice, look at more anatomy, get it more refined. And he's like, if you keep it up, you could actually be doing comics. And I know probably he was being nice because when I look back at some of that shit, I'm like, woo, boy.
No, man, no, because he's seen the potential. You can draw, man. You got some nice artwork on you. I've seen some of the pics. They look good.
Thanks, man. Thanks. But yeah, I mean, now, that was like, what, 30 years ago almost? Almost 30, like 20-something.
He's seen the potential in it. That's what it was, man.
Yeah.
Like he probably had that same drive you had at that age, so he's like, yeah, I think he could definitely do this.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm whatever he saw, it was enough, though, because hearing it from him, and I'm coming off, I think at the time, I had come off, it had to be a little bit after 93, because I think X-Men, he had just come off of finishing his run on X-Men, or the portion of X-Men that he was doing. Maybe it was 94.
Yeah, it was like around 93 to 94, I believe.
Yeah.
When he had his drum.
Yeah. So I
have a few of those books as well.
Oh yeah, I got his whole run, even the shit he did in the early or late 80s where because he did some of Extinction Agenda and he did some of God, what was the other one? Not Inferno. Or I think he might have done some of Inferno. There's a whole bunch of books that he did artwork here and there, but his style didn't quite look like what we know now. Like when he used to do The Punisher. He drew The Punisher for a while in the 80s. And his Punisher, that's the one that the Marvel Legends that they just did a couple years back. They did the one that was on the old school card. He had the white headband and the scruff and all that. And then they did the one that's...
Oh, okay, yeah, I know that one.
Yeah.
Okay.
That was Jim Lee's style. That was his version. He also did... what else? What other book did he draw? I just know I have so much Jim Lee shit. Because for the longest time, I was just like, man, the way he draws people, the way they stand... Like, his Cyclops was easily the best Cyclops. The way he drew Cyclops, next to the Capcom folks, the way he drew Cyclops, nobody has topped that yet. No one's made an iconic...
Yeah, that's the best looking Cyclops.
Yeah, no one's done an iconic Cyclops in like 20 years. This is ridiculous. Like, you would think by now everybody...
Like a coat.
Yeah. The way he would just have him standing pointing at the screen, like, you know, attack or whatever, or everybody, I don't know, just everybody on me. And he'd be pointing at the screen, doing what a leader should be doing. Like, no one's topped that yet. And it's weird because you'd think by now everybody would have studied the shit out of Jim Lee and been like, oh, this is how you draw the leader. The only person who's come close
is
his
fourth costume, right?
Yeah, something like that, fourth or fifth. He had the we used to call it the body condom. He had the body condom from when he was in the original X-Men team. Then there's the
X Factor one with the X on the body condom, right?
yeah. There was, well, in between that there was the new X-Men. Was that mid 70s? I think it's mid 70s. The blue, the one that came in the Dark Phoenix 2-pack. You know what I'm talking about? It's like all blue. It's what we got back in the day with the big fireman boots and the big.
Okay, yeah, with the yellow gloves.
With the yellow gloves, yeah. There was that. Then there was
that's the one I grew up with.
Yeah. Then there was the X Factor one with the X. There was two different versions of that. I think there was the blue and white and without
the yellow one. Right?
Yeah, there was the yellow and red and the blue and white. Then there was that one, yeah. Then there was the one we all know and we all love. And then there's been a bunch since then.
It's the most iconic one. Man.
Yeah, it's so iconic, man. It's just crazy.
I don't know what the hell they doing now with that
with the weird pattern.
The Phoenix.
Yeah, man.
I don't know what the fuck they doing.
His design is weird, man. Now what they did is they did another version of his costume, the black and red one that used to have the X for the visor, and they made it. It's
on
like
the face. I didn't like that shit.
I didn't like it either, man. It looked weird. I liked how they drew his optic blasts at that period, but I didn't like the mask itself. And then now what they did is they went back to the body condom design and they put the visor back on, so he doesn't have the weird design over his face. He just has the standard, visor. But now his suit is black and like sky blue. I'm like, this doesn't even. I don't know. It doesn't translate. What they should be doing is trying to make a tactical version of the classic, the 90s suit. Try to make it look tactical. You know what I mean? Like pants.
It's updated a little bit.
Yeah, pants and a jacket. Put the strap.
Instead of him wearing the leather bomber.
Yeah. I don't know, man. It's weird, man. I see the design differently. Hopefully when these movies come out, they do what I'm talking about. And they just take the feel of that 90s costume and then just update it so, the bandolier is part of the jacket, you know what I mean? And the pants aren't, have the yellow, maybe yellow pockets or yellow, zippers or something where those straps used to be. I don't know, just make it look tactical so he looks like more like a survivalist and less like an acrobat, you know what I mean? Because that's what the designs, old tights wearing costumes, it all came from like the circus and shit. That was the reason why they went that way. But
the bodybuilders and stuff like that.
Exactly, from back in the day, yep. But
the underwear on the outside.
And it's weird because so many characters look dope. Because the secret is if you make the character look like if they stand in a way that makes the costume look like it's part of them, then it doesn't look as goofy. I mean, there's people who don't understand comics that'll just say, so-and-so looks like an asshole because he got his underwear on the outside. But, like, if they kind of present themselves a certain way, it doesn't really come across as dumb as it actually is,
It's like Superman, Batman that never came across something stupid to me. I love that shit.
Yeah, exactly, right? Because a lot of the best artists, they drew the characters in a way where the costume and their posture and the way the costume fits felt like it was the character. I mean, and it is. And then the guys that suck, they would just draw a body and then just put lines where the underwear is supposed to cut off and lines where the boot's supposed to cut off, and it looked whack, So
it's generic.
Yeah, it's one of those things, man. I really learned that shit from the Capcom dudes, man. When I played Children of the Atom, and the first time I saw that game, it was like when my parents are both from South America. And when they came to America, the first time they saw snow, they were like snow blind, they said. They stood there for 30 minutes just looking at it like, what the fuck? What is going on? That's how I was when I saw Children of the Atom. I looked at Wolverine, I put my quarter in, and I stared at the guy standing there in his stance, because the way he's moving back and forth. And the claws move individually. They just hang and move.
Yeah.
I was like, what the fuck? I have never thought about Wolverine in this context, that the claws would move. I always thought he was savage, but I never really visualized what would it look like if he was real. And then you're sitting there watching that, and I'm like,
animated,
this is dope. And then Cyclops, he's just standing there breathing. and he looks thorough as fuck. I'm like,
And you can see
man,
like the little beam moving.
the light reflecting and shit. Like I was like, oh my god, like they get it.
Man.
Or Psylocke, man, in her stance, and you could tell she's like really concentrating and breathing slowly and controlling her breathing. I'm like, man, this shit is on a different level. And you know, my friends are laughing at me because I'm staring at the screen like a zombie, but I just couldn't believe it. And it was like it just added to. I already loved X-Men. I had been reading X-Men since like I was learning how to read. Like they just were cool, and the fact that it was like a family type situation, and you know they're all figuring out their lot in life and all that. It just was cool to me, you know. But seeing them realize that way, and then even having that in comparison to the cartoon that we were watching at the time, it was like, damn, this game looks better than the damn cartoon that was on TV. I don't know.
Honestly, I liked the cartoon. It was just cheesy to me because I was reading the comic books at the time. I was like, oh, what the hell is this?
It is cheesy. My son and I are watching them now. We're going through them. I got the whole series. I found it a long time ago on a alternative means site, for lack of a better term, and we've been watching through. I think we watched through the first season not too long ago, and we're in the middle of the second season. And yeah, sometimes, man, I'm like, man, they weren't very imaginative with how the mutants use their powers. They just do it. There was no like style. It was like, you know, Cyclops shoots optic blasts, but he doesn't do anything else. He doesn't hardly throw a punch. He don't flip. Don't do shit else.
They can't really hurt anybody. That's why, to me, it didn't really make sense. Even like Wolverine. The only time you see him go all out is if it's a Sentinel or a robot. Outside of that, he's going to get beat up.
Mm-hmm. And it was weird.
He can't do too much. Yeah, like G.I. Joe, if you watch it now, like, how much of you motherfuckers is shooting and nobody shot yet? Like, come on.
Exactly. And it's weird because I've explained that to people in different sites on or pages on Facebook, because these cats geek out about G.I. Joe as if it was the greatest thing ever. And I'm like, that's you remembering it the way you remembered it as a kid. As an adult, when you go back and you look at it, even though we love the characters, there's things that are lost in that presentation. That's why Resolute was so good. And they're like, I don't need the violence of Resolute to like enhance, you know, the show that I already love. And I'm like, the show wasn't about the violence. It was about the show growing up and presenting these characters in a grown-up, more believable light. Just like they did the same thing with the Turtles. You remember that the CG movie that came out in like the early 2000s?
Yeah, when they made them a little more darker.
Yeah, they were like grown, and the atmosphere was kind of dark, and they were having issues, like actual legit issues, you know?
Yeah, I like that.
It was dope. It was because
cool. At first I was like, I don't like the look, and then when I watched it, like, I love this thing. It's wicked.
It felt like it made sense. Like when you see the beef between Raph and Leo finally come to a head, and you realize Raph is fucking crazy, and like he himself doesn't.
I like his suit.
Yeah, you're talking about the Night Watcher suit.
Raphael's motorcycle suit. Yeah. That shit was wicked.
It was dope. And you finally, like, you're seeing them go through some shit, and you're like, damn, they're growing up. Like, that's crazy. But if you think about it, the last movie before that was in the, mid-90s? Something like that? So...
I think it was Turtles 3?
Yeah, it was the third Ninja Turtles movie. It was, like, in the mid-90s, and, like, they're starting from that point. They're telling you this movie takes place after that third film, so they're all older now. So they wouldn't act like they did when they were teenagers, you know? So the fan base was still saying, we want them cracking jokes and just eating pizza and being goofy. And the guys writing the story were like, yo, that was almost 10 years ago or so. They would have grown as characters. But I mean, that seems to be the way that fans consume shit. It has to be presented the same way it was presented back when you first came across it for it to be valid.
The same,
and it bugs me, man. It bugs me so much because it's like that. You miss all these opportunities for growth. You miss all these opportunities to really relate to the characters, because if you grew up,
I know you've seen Turtles Forever.
Oh yeah, yeah. I bought it for my son, man. He liked it a lot. It was funny. It was funny. I dug the way they presented the classic black and white turtles because it's
Yeah,
like,
it's kind of like how you're saying it, like how it was for that time. You know
uh
what I
huh,
mean? It was good at that time. It's
yeah.
time to grow up now and stop doing all that shit. Yeah.
Well, it's like people don't like characters to evolve. Like, look at Street Fighter. Fucking Street Fighter 3 was an evolution, and yeah, they didn't have all of the old characters, but they at least had Ken and Ryu. And now they're introducing you to new people. What'd the fans say? Well, we want most of the old people. So now you got Street Fighter 4 and
And the
5.
animation in that game was beautiful.
Yeah, and Street Fighter 3 was nuts. And with the zoom in and the zoom out and all that shit, and it was all
Just the new sprite work. That's what
yeah.
made it beautiful to me. Like seeing the clothes blow in the wind when you do the
Uh-huh.
Hadouken and all. Like, oh man,
It was
this shit
dope.
is fucking awesome.
So dope. So smooth, man. And then, you know, it was all, like you said, it's sprite work, which is difficult, you know? And then you go and you see uh, Street Fighter 4 and 5, and all they did was take characters from everything else Capcom made and put them in put them in this fighting game that was supposed to be its own universe. You got like all the Final Fight, almost the whole fucking cast of Final Fight is half of the Street Fighter roster now. What the fuck?
But honestly, no, Final Fight was supposed to be Street Fighter.
I
That's
know
why
initially.
I kind of let that slide.
I know. It was Street Fighter 89. Yeah, I remember. I just since it didn't go that way, and they moved in their own direction. I'm like, make new characters for Street Fighter. That's always how, you know. I mean, I should say always, but that's where it started to go. That's how history shows, you know, the progression of these characters. But they were like, nah, we can't come up with new characters. We're gonna make, you know, we're just gonna take characters from existing shit.
Yeah. So it kind of come across like it's the same thing each time, like,
which is lazy, man.
I hear you.
And
I got out after 4, to tell you the truth.
Man, I was so geeked when 4 came out. I was working for GameStop, and I remember I pre-ordered it as soon as it was announced, and then the day it came out, I played it and I took it back the next day. I was like, no. I was so angry with, like, there was so many things that were weird.
The feelings are gone, man.
Yeah. It's like
it's like they went back to Street Fighter 2. They scaled back. They didn't take any steps forward.
Yeah, and they changed things.
Outside the graphics.
Yeah, because the graphics look great. I'm not gonna lie. It's just that the design is not that great. Like, everybody being roided up. I'm like, we have our American characters that have the roided up appearance, but then we got to have the variety with the rest of the cast. Now the whole cast is roided the fuck up.
Looks like a Gears of War's cast.
Exactly. And I'm like, and then the fan base that's now younger, because this is the one they're growing up with. You know, they grew up with 4, and then they get 5. They're cool. It's fine to them. There's no issue.
Yeah, my nephew loves it.
Yeah.
He bust my ass. I tried to play 5. He kicked my ass in 2 seconds.
I got good, man. I was good at 4. I played it online a lot. I used to play as Dan because I hated Guile wasn't as, I don't know. I'm more dominant with Guile in every other version. It's like they changed things, man. They changed things a little too much, and I was like, yeah. But with
the frames. That's what it was. Like, the frames of attack, they're a little off to me. So I'm trying to do the moves like how I played the old game.
And you got to do it differently. Yep. So yeah, when I was playing as Dan, he was just fun to play as, and people were getting pissed, man. People be cursing me out, calling me all kinds of racial slurs and shit online.
I'll curse your ass out too. You beat me with fucking Dan. Dan is the worst character.
But it was so much fun, man. It was so much fun. His fucking ultra combo was amazing, man. It was just so animated and goofy and stuff.
Which one, the posing one or
the one when he punches you in the face in slow motion?
One, right?
Yeah, and at the end he poses. Yeah, I loved it, man. Yeah. I loved it. Or I think he hits you with a fireball and you go spinning some weird kind of way. It was goofy as fuck, man. I dug it. And I was getting all kinds of shit from people with that. But it just, I don't know, it just didn't feel the same. I remember winning fights in Street Fighter 3, and the fights looked good. Like, you had to work to look good in that game. Like, I like doing cool shit that looks nice. In Street Fighter 4 and 5. Yeah, with the parry. Yeah.
I suck at that. I played in Chinatown.
Yeah,
There's
yeah.
a Chinese person. I threw a super move at him. He blocked every frame of that move with the parry. I let him take my whole change. I walked away from the controller. You can have that. There's nothing I could do to you. He was just everything I was throwing at. He just parried. Yeah, I'm done.
I
just wasted 50 cents on this fucking.
Yeah, man. I'm telling you, it was crazy. It was crazy. I remember going through all that shit, man. Like playing with Ryu and doing the Denjin Hadouken, and you just hold the button down, and then I would tap the screen, and then they would jump, and I'd let it go. And people would always fall for it too. And I'm like, would you fall for that for? I touched the screen with my hand, and you jump. I'm like, what is going on? But I kept doing it.
They're anticipating it.
Yeah, they're anticipating the fireball, and I'm just like tap, and then they jump. I'm like, yeah, I got your ass. But man, I mean, I went from getting my ass throttled because the game felt so weird because it was so fluid and so like different with the bouncing back up off the floor and all that shit. It was different. Yeah. And then, once I got the hang of it, because when I first started playing that game, I was playing as Ryu. Then I moved to, when Double Impact came out, I started playing as... No, I played as Dudley first. And then I got good as Dudley by the time Double Impact. He's a beast, man. Like, because he was one of the ones that he had... His combos made sense, because he counts when you do the moves. So if you put the chain together right, he'd be like 1, 2, 3, body, and you know what you're doing because he's telling you as you do it. I don't know, man. It's just weird. It's weird going into the new shit and seeing how kind of hand-holdy it is. But then you listen to all the esports commentators and shit, and they're like, they make it sound deeper than it really is. It's deep.
Yeah, because it's all dollar combo now. So
yeah.
Everything, I don't know.
It's weird. It's different. But I don't know. I just the artistry is not there like it used to be. Like Capcom of today is nothing like Capcom in the 90s. 90s Capcom, man. Like I have so many art books. True. When I look at like Darkstalkers, man, all that shit from Bengus and Ideon and Kinu Nishimura and all of them. Just looking at their artwork, and then you look at the shit they churn out now, like Akiman putting out whack ass drawings where people's bodies is ginormous and their heads are all tiny and shit. I'm like, dude, you can do better. You have done better, and people are praising it like it's better.
Yeah, he used to do Alpha, right?
Yeah, he did. He did some work during Alpha. Most of Alpha, the Alpha 1 was Bengus. Alpha 2 and 3, or 2 was Ideon. He imitated Bengus, but he everything was bigger. People's hands and feet were ginormous and stuff. And it was dope.
I think it was a female who drew for part 3, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep, that was Kinu Nishimura, and she was dope. She did. You remember that?
I never knew the name. I remember reading the article and seeing her face. Like, what?
Yeah,
she's way fucking better than me.
She was dope, man. She's dope. She did the art for the Dungeons and Dragons games, and she also did the art for that one game on the Dreamcast where they were all on skates. Cannon Spike. You remember that? Cannon Spike had Charlie on skates and Cammy. Yeah. She did the artwork for that, and the artwork in that was nuts. Yeah, and Arthur from Ghouls and Ghosts. Yeah, man, I was like, her art.
Her artwork looked like she used oil paints, kind of. That's why I dig it.
Mm-hmm. Like oil and markers and shit. Like, yeah, it was just dope, man. It was so dope. She was so dope. And you look at the new stuff, and the new stuff just feels.
Definition is awesome.
Oh yeah, all the shit she did for SNK versus Capcom 1 and 2, especially 2. Man, she was on a different level.
Yeah.
She was on a completely different level.
Oh, we into the same shit. That's like my favorite game right there.
Yeah, that was one of mine too. One of my favorite of all time, man. Me and my friend Kenji, we used to play that shit. We competed in so many tournaments all over Ohio. My favorite Capcom game of all time is X-Men versus Street Fighter. That shit, I'm still undefeated in that shit. That was my when I like I said.
I couldn't hear you. Say it again.
X-Men versus Street Fighter. That's my favorite of all the versus games of all the Capcom games. Just it was the perfect little mix of characters. It's the perfect mix of the craziness and like skill. I mean, I know a lot of characters had like
I
infinites
believe
and
that
shit.
was the first one that came out too,
Yeah,
right?
that was the first Versus
Out
game.
of the
Yep.
Versus series, I believe that. Yeah,
Yeah, that was the first
and then
one.
it just went crazy after that.
Uh-huh. That was my favorite one, man. I remember one people at my school when I was in at CCAD. I had it hooked up in the lounge. And random people would just come by and be like, wanting to play. And some people would be like, oh, telling their friend, oh, so and so thinks he's good. It's just like when I was a little kid and playing Street Fighter. It was kids back in Elizabeth. They'd be like, so and so plays Street Fighter. I know my cousin could beat you. I'm like, whatever, And I taught my little brother, how to play. So here's this 9-year-old, and I'm like, if you can beat him, then you can play against me. He was like the mid boss, and they come to my house pissed, or leave my house pissed because they couldn't beat my 9-year-old brother. And actually, when we started, he was a little bit younger than that, so they were pissed. So sometimes I'd just be like, oh, okay, fine, I'll play you. And they would talk so much shit, but then they would leave humbled as fuck because I didn't talk shit because we were taught not to. Me and my brother actually did martial arts. So we were taught, like, you don't talk shit. You let your actions speak for you. So, and even boxing coaches I had back in the day were like, yeah, don't talk shit. You be humble and let them see what you can do. Don't talk a whole bunch of shit. And that's what that's how I played. Exactly, right?
Don't say shit.
Yeah. I'm like, you'll see what I can do. It's like that with Tekken, man. Tekken was my other game, man. I've been hardcore in Tekken, and then when 7 came out, I was like, I'm done. I'm finished with Tekken. It just this weird super moves in Tekken. Nah, I'm good. I'm good. You didn't need to go there.
I stopped at 4, I believe.
Really? Yeah, 4, 5.
The first one with Craig Murdoch.
Yeah. Yeah, he's weird.
And it was just more of me just getting out of the whole fighting game series. Like I wasn't living with my brother anymore. It's like I'm not going to spend $50 on a game. I'm going to play by myself.
Yeah, I mean, I used to buy them, and then when we have parties or friends come over, we all play together.
Yeah.
But yeah, when 7 came out and they simplified things, I mean, you could still have deep games if you play with people who know how to play Tekken. But they tried to make it accessible to people who don't play Tekken, and they added super moves and things like desperations and shit, and it's like, that's not Tekken.
Oh, yeah.
That's not Tekken. Tekken was about
like the V-meter and all that dumb shit.
Yeah, like it has its own version of that kind of shit, and I'm like, that's not Tekken. Tekken was like pure martial arts. I mean, I know it's exaggerated, but it was more martial arts, like
sidestepping, punching it. Well, I like Virtua Fighter as well, even though they kind of fucked that game up, man. That game used to be awesome.
5 was dope. I still have 5 for my PS3.
Yeah.
Virtua Fighter 5 was fun. My favorite of those games was Fighters Mega Mix, man, on the Saturn. That shit was so much fun. It had the Fighting Vipers characters, and then it had the Virtua Fighter characters.
Yeah, the kids.
It had the kids in there. Yeah, the kids were in there. They had Sonic. They had that car from Daytona, USA. But they had the Virtua Cop characters were in there too. They had all kinds of shit in
I never played it, but I remember I used to collect all the game books back then. I was just looking at it like that. I wish I had the money, but
yeah.
that happened.
See, I got it as an adult because I got my Saturn so that I could get X-Men versus Street Fighter. I got the Japanese version of it, and it came with like a 4 meg RAM cart, and because it was like
Honestly, I had some.
You had that?
I could send to you because I'm not. The Children of the Atom. I have the Versus. I have some other one because again, like when my brother got his apartment. We all started going over there. I had the Saturn, and he went on eBay and just brought like all of those games. I don't know why, but he just brought all of them.
They're dope,
sit
man.
there and play them all day. So
they're dope.
Right now, honestly, they're good, but they just collected dust in my closet. Like the X-Men versus Street Fighter. I believe the PlayStation 1, you couldn't do the tag team.
Yeah, you couldn't tag team. Yeah, and that one you could. Saturn. Yep, that's what I bought my Saturn for. One of my guys that I was working at. Because one of the first real jobs I ever had, and I stayed there for years, was I worked at electronics boutique way before it became GameStop. And the dude that got me the job there, he was one of the managers. I used to come in with my mom all the time back when I was like way, super young, and we would talk about games and kung fu movies. Like he was one of those kung fu movie heads that like he knew. When I mentioned like Yuan Wu Ping, he knew who that was. When I say Corey Yuan, he knew who that was. So we would go back and forth about these movies, and he would like direct me at where places me and my mom could go to get, you know, not the dubbed versions, but the subtitled versions of these films.
Oh, okay.
So
yeah, we had a spot in Chinatown out here that had.
There was a spot in Chinatown we used to go to on Canal Street, and there was a there was a in Jersey Gardens Mall. Actually, before that, it was at the Woodbridge Mall, but at Jersey Gardens Mall years later, they had like the same guy who used to sell them at his cart in Woodbridge was selling them at Jersey Gardens, and so like I would get stupid hookups, man, like fucking 5 movies for $5, you know, and like and it'd be like new shit, you know what I mean, like brand new shit. But because me and him would just chop it up every time, you know, they hooked me up. But when I finally was old enough to work, they were like, you know, you should come work over here. And I worked over there, and he was telling me about the
cool,
Japanese Saturn. Yeah, I was lucky, man, when it came to that kind of stuff, man. But it was weird because back then it was all about people who do the same shit hanging out. And that was how, you know, your friendships kind of formed. Kind of like when we were kids.
Yeah.
You know, like if we were kids and I brought my Joes to school and you had Joes on the playground, we'd be playing because...
Oh, yeah, we best friends.
Yeah, we're best friends because we got Joes, you know, or Ninja Turtles or whatever. Nowadays, it's weird because as adults, we all got jobs. We now have money. We can all get this shit. But then you have these, like, cliques and people are like, you know, I get the third-party Transformers. They cost $100 a piece. What do you collect? And then you're like, no, I don't mess with that. I collect the Hasbro shit. Oh, you collect that cheapo Hasbro shit, man? Fuck you, man. I can't hang out with you. Blah blah. Like, and they look down on you for that kind of shit. And it's like,
yeah, you fucking snobbish.
Yeah, I'm like, what
toys?
the fuck?
You fucking serious?
Yeah, like it's toys.
Where
like
you live?
Yeah, it's weird. You know what I mean? Like you see it in the comments. You see it on different pages. Like the page, everybody's there because they like the same shit. But then in that group, you still have the, you know, I like these things, and you don't, so screw you. And it's like, why can't we still talk about the thing and just differ on opinions when it comes to the stuff that we both, you know, we each like separately? I mean, I don't know. It's weird, but it was...
Found some middle ground somewhere with that.
Yeah, because...
As adults, too. Like,
yeah, as adults, you know what I mean? It's weird. It's like this class bullshit, you know, the people with all the money, when they say shit like in so many videos where I say like a figure's too expensive, they're like, if you can't afford it, maybe you shouldn't collect figures. I'm like, are you fucking serious? I didn't say I can't afford it. I said I don't want to spend that money on that shit. But like that's the responses you get, and I just don't get it. I'm like, these things are supposed to be fun. You know what I mean? And I remember...
Like, honestly, that's how we grew up. Like, you see the toys in the store, it's for everybody. Mm-hmm. It wasn't for a certain market.
Yeah.
You go there, you buy it, everybody have it on the block, we're all playing with it.
Yep.
I might have a plane, you might have a tank, and you go just having fun.
Yep. It's so strange how it's changed, you know, now that we're adults, and it's like, we're collectors, you know, like, there's some kind of weird... I don't know, some weird stigma. I shouldn't even say a stigma, because that would be the negative that like people who don't understand would put on us. But like inside the group, there's still that.
I did buy a third party. I bought a third party Soundwave, but it wasn't close to 100. I think it was probably like 75.
Yeah.
And I would never do it again. It was only for the Soundwave. He came with all the cakes. That's it.
Yeah.
I got him and Jazz. And I bought a Revoltech Megatron and a Revoltech Starscream. I'm not spending $120 on Starscream.
Yeah, exactly. They look dope though. Did you ever see the
they look good.
You ever see the Furai? I think it's called Furai model. They did a or Flame Toys. Flame Toys.
The Flame models. Yes.
Yeah, they did a Star Saber, and that shit looks insane, man. I was like, God. There's like boosters everywhere. He's got swords in places and missile pods, and I'm like, this is nuts, man. This is nuts. And he doesn't even transform. And I'm like, man, if I had it like that, I would easily jump on that. But I'm not spending that kind of money on a transformer that doesn't transform. Like, that doesn't make sense to me at all.
G.I. Joe better be able to go in that fucking plane.
Exactly.
That kind of fucking
Exactly. But I don't know, man. There's a handful. I think I have 2 third-party Transformers. I have And they're both Optimus Prime because when I was a kid, I have too many damn primes because when I was a kid, I couldn't find him. Like my parents, like they were like, "Oh yeah, you know you got if you get good grades, you know, and don't get in trouble, we'll get him for you on your birthday." You know how many birthdays passed, and we could never find him in the store. Fucking service merchandise catalog back in the day, couldn't get him because he was sold out every time, every Christmas, every whatever, he was sold out. So I got MPO1. That's when I got my first Prime. No, that's not true.
The masterpiece.
I got the masterpiece was the first like classic Prime. The first Prime I got was the Machine Wars one. I took it back because it was tiny. It was whack. And then I got the actual second one was the Robots in Disguise one that turns into a fire truck. I love that design and everything was just dope.
Oh, all right.
I think in Japan he's called Fire Convoy. And he had like the super mode where like you could put the rest of the like when you transform him, it's just the front of the fire truck. That's Optimus himself. But then when you take all the other parts,
like the weapon base.
Yeah, it's the weapons and the armor and all that. And then the first like true like classic looking Prime was MPO1. And I almost had a heart attack seeing that in the store. I was like, oh my god, my girl at the time was like, what is wrong with you? And I'm like, no, you don't understand. You don't get how long like I've been waiting to have like see the toy in the store and then have the money to get him because I could never find him back when I was a kid. And my mom and my dad, everybody was searching for me because I fit the requirements that they told me to fit. Do your schoolwork, don't fail any classes, don't get in trouble. Do your chores, and we'll get it for you, man. You know how long I was doing that shit. It was like the worst bribe ever. Because that shit just lasted for most of my childhood.
I know you had a halo on your head for like 5 years trying to get that figure.
That's exactly how it felt, man. And then it just never happened. Then I see him and I'm like, oh my god! And it for the time, it was like the best looking Prime I'd ever seen, and he was huge. I ended up giving him to one of my friends down the road, and then I got which other Prime did I get in his place? I think I had the Classics Prime. Then I got the one from Transformers Prime. Then I got the downsized MP10, which to me is the best one they've done. And then I got that's the downsized MP10 is a not it's not a knockoff, but it's a third party figure. And then I got the one from Bumblebee, which is pretty dope. Yeah, the downsized one is dope because he fits in with the collection the way that the collection is. Like how if you don't collect masterpiece figures and you collect the classics or the chug lines like they call them,
the scale is all off.
It's all off. This one fits with the rest of them. He's not too tall, he's not too too short. The Bumblebee one is dope, but I got one from what's he called? It's a Make Toys figure. It's Striker Manus.
That's why I got Jazz from Make Toys.
Oh, okay. Yeah, he looked dope.
That's the one at the time.
Yeah, he looks dope. That's still one of the best looking ones. Was it Downbeat, I think his name was?
Downbeat, yeah. I jumped all over that shit, man. I had Jazz is my favorite one.
Yeah, he's dope, man. He's dope. Jazz has always been dope. He's one of my favorites too. I still have the Classics one with the speakers that pop out on the doors.
Yeah, he comes with the speakers too to put on him. I left those in the box. I love the Porsche as well. The 911 is one of my favorite cars.
Yeah, it's a dope vehicle.
And I didn't even know Scatman Carruthers was doing the voice for him at the time. As a kid, I just loved him.
Yeah, I learned when I was, as an adult, I learned that that's who it was doing the voice. Yeah, he's a classic character, man. They did such a good job.
Wheeljack is another one.
Who? Wheeljack? Yeah, he's dope.
Wheeljack, yeah. I like the design. And how his ears used to light up when he talked on the cartoon. I was like, yeah, I like him. That's what dope.
Yeah.
Bumblebee, my little brother, that's my favorite. I mean, my little brother's favorite one.
Who? Bumblebee or Wheeljack?
Bumblebee.
Bumblebee, yeah. Yeah, he's a quality
Optimus,
character.
I always wanted him because he's the leader, but I never really to me, he's like Leonardo and all of them. I never really
You never liked the leader?
Toward the leader. I'm more like the outcast, like Michelangelo. Nobody likes Michelangelo. I like Michelangelo's my favorite one.
Yeah, he was my favorite one growing up. And then at some point it switched where my mind was kind of because in my group I always end up being the leader somewhat. So it started making me think about it. Let me think about the leader characters, and I start realizing what it takes to lead the team. And I'm like, huh, I dig Leonardo's like his shtick. He's the one trying to be the most ninja, like of the bunch. And then
Yeah, it's true. You always
Cyclops.
see him meditating and everything.
Uh-huh. And then Cyclops, like him trying to get you got the sniper essentially leading the team of all these godlike characters. It was just dope to me. Him and Storm, which Storm is perfect for being a leader of the team. But Cyclops, it's like, man, the tactician, essentially he's good at martial arts. He's a sniper. That's it.
Yeah,
That's it.
you see him, he looks like the leader, like the all-American hero, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Well, the Jim Lee design, because he got the hair to the side of it, he looked like he should be the leader.
Uh-huh. And they really did a good job with that, with the this new 3-pack, because he has the two heads. He has two different versions of the shades. When he takes off his visor, he's got the red, the blue blockers, and then he's got the regular kind of like aviators. Huh?
I forgot what those red glasses.
The ruby quartz, yeah.
About, right?
Yep.
Ruby quartz, yeah.
Yeah. And they did a good job, man. Yep. One of the faces is like serious, and then one of them is kind of smiling. And it looks good, man. They got the hair and everything. It just looks good. I actually got one that had decent paint. I was surprised that I actually was able to get it, because I walked in the store and I'm like, you guys still have those? And he was like, not all of them are pre-orders. And he was like, wait a second, let me check something. So he called up one of the dudes, and the dude, I guess, somebody had canceled their pre-order. And he was like, yeah, we got one if you want it. I'm like, yeah, I'll take that. And then they had some kind of sale where like they gave me some kind of bag, and it took, I don't know, 20 some odd % off or something like that. So I ended up paying like 65 instead of 70, whatever it was. I was like, shit, I'll take that. I'm not complaining. I'm not complaining at all. So.
Now I'm looking at him now. He looks fucking awesome.
Yeah, they did a good job with him, man.
Dream Grade 2, her face looks good. They usually make the manly looking female faces.
Yeah, they did a good job. Nah, man, it's dope. It's dope talking about all this shared experience, man. Because I always forget, like, most of the folks that I grew up with and most of the people I know from back home, I mean, we all did the same shit growing up. You know what I mean? Like, we really all did the same shit, And,
yeah, I'm like the names you mentioned for the kung fu flicks. Like I watch so much, but I hardly know any names like that.
Yeah. I mean, I'm telling you, like that's why my brother and I, we got into martial arts because of that shit. And then we learned that like there's there's a handful of black martial artists that made it in Hong Kong, and one of them worked with Wesley Snipes. He was in this movie called Blood Moon. You ever see that?
That's with the cop killer, right? The steel fingers.
Yeah, the steel fingers. Yep. So you remember black dude in that? His name is Chuck Jeffries. He worked with Jeff Ward and Wesley Snipes on Blade. That's why Blade had such a weird, different kind of style. Like the fighting didn't feel completely like Hong Kong martial arts movies, but the reactions did. When people got punched real hard, they flip and stuff, and the timing was there. Yeah. But yeah, Jeff Ward's done a lot, man. Jeff Ward, pretty much everything. He's the choreographer for just about everything that Snipes has done. And growing up, we only knew about a handful of people. We knew about like black martial artists. We knew about Chuck Jeffries because we came across Blood Moon one night, and we were like, "What is this? These fights are ridiculous. Like, what is going on?" We knew about.
I caught that on HBO one night.
I think that's what we were watching. I was over at my best friend's house late at night, and we watched. We were just watching movies, and then freaking Blood Moon came on, and we were thinking it was gonna be a horror movie based on the name, and then we're watching it. We're like, "What? It's kung fu? Like, oh shit!" Then there was God. What was the guy's name? He was in a bunch of Sammo Hung movies, but he always played a bad guy. And there's a documentary out there about this. And he started this stunt team overseas called the Guaylo 7. And it's essentially...
Is that bald guy part of it?
The bald...
the bald... The Chinese dude that was like the bad guy in every movie.
No, no, he's not part of it. The
You know
Guaylos,
who I'm talking about,
yeah,
that?
yeah, I know
Okay,
exactly
okay.
what you're talking about because he was the bad guy in Once Upon a Time in China, like 2 or something. He was pretending to do magic, and then later on he played Clubfoot in the later Once Upon a Time in China movies. The dude with the crazy kicks. He had the gimpy leg. You know what I'm talking about? He was bald. He had a gimpy leg, but
I
when he
only seen
kicked.
the first one for that one.
Oh, really, man? You got to go back and check those out. Speaking of Once
Yeah,
Upon a
yeah.
Time in China and then video games, have you ever seen this game called Martial Masters? I think is what it's called. Um,
Oh yeah, I played that long, then like probably a few years ago.
yeah, with all the
Once I
Chinese.
found out how to emulate the games on my computer,
Uh huh.
that's like one of the first games I was playing.
Yeah, yeah, man, that shit was so dope. With
they
the
got
It's got a Wong Fei
they got
Hong.
a character in there based off. Sorry, I couldn't hear you.
No, it's got a Wong Fei Hong type character in there. Um, he's
Yeah,
like,
Last Blade as well has
yep,
a Wong Fei Hong in there.
uh huh, yeah. His name was like Lee Rekka, something like that. I love Last Play. I got both of them for the Dreamcast. That was one of the things when I had a Dreamcast, and when we first moved into this house, because this is our first house, I was like, man, I got to find some of these. Once I had a setup with my systems, I was like, I got to go back and get some of these games for the Dreamcast because I used to have I had friends who would burn them, like just burn the games once the
Yeah, that's what I
system.
was gonna say. I have that. I have one that could play the copy games. I got it
Yeah.
from Chinatown, and I
Yep.
was just burning the games that I wanted.
Yep. I still have the Marvel versus Capcom 2 like that. With the weird, you put the boot disc in with the reindeer and all that shit, and then you put in the the booted, I mean the
Well, no,
burnt game.
mine's played straight in the You put it right in the system and it worked. But I got it from Chinatown. They had everything there,
Oh
so you
yeah.
could play both
Oh yeah.
without any boot discs.
Oh, that's dope. That's dope. Yeah, mine's old though, but we did this way back when I was in like college, like freshman year in college, when the Dreamcast came out, and man, yeah. But Martial Masters was dope. The last boss of Martial Masters is a parody of the character that the bald dude you're talking about played in Once Upon a Time in China. I think it's 2. It's one of the ones that Jet Li didn't play. I don't think Jet Li was Wong Fei Hong in this movie. It was the other guy.
That's
Vince.
why I didn't see the other ones. Maybe I seen that the first 2. I know I stopped watching because they changed Jet Li, and I was like,
Yeah.
I'm not going to continue. I
Yeah.
want Jet Li as Wong Fei Hong.
Yeah,
I don't want to
exactly.
start a new. Yeah, I can't. I'm done.
Yeah. I mean, the other guy's good too. He's the dude who played Beggar So, who's the creator of Drunken Style, um, in the movie True Legend. You ever see that? With the dude who like.
No, I probably seen it under a different name. Let me put that in.
It's the one with the dude. The villain had pale skin and he had like armor sewn into his chest. You know what I'm talking about?
That was on Netflix, right?
Yeah, it was on Netflix a couple years back.
Yeah. I seen it.
Then the
Because,
fight.
yeah, he looked like some. Yeah, I remember.
He almost looked like a zombie, almost.
Yeah. I was gonna say zombie, but he didn't have like rotten flesh, but his face was. I remember him looking all weird and like monstrous.
Yeah, it was dope, man. It's dope. But yeah, yeah, Martial Masters. It's like It's like a Chinese version of Street Fighter 3 because it's the same type of animation. They got the after images when you do your special moves or your super moves and stuff.
But did you see the character that fights like a scorpion in that game?
That chick is dope, man. Yeah, I was surprised. Or no, the dude,
No, there's a
dude with the purple suit on. Yeah,
it's based off of
I know exactly what you're talking about. There's a Korean
dude in the movie where he was dressed like that and fought the same way.
Well, no, it wasn't Jet Li. It was God. What is this guy's name? It's a Korean cat, and he played the villain. It was
okay. Maybe I'm bugging that.
No, but I know what you're talking about.
I think it was Operation Scorpion.
Yeah, Operation Scorpio. You're right. Yep. And the dude was doing that exact stance and everything, man. Yeah, it's the same. God,
that's what made me notice the game, honestly, because I was like, yo, I remember the dude in the movie. He was fighting like that. I was like, I gotta play it. I have to play this.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. I saw a video on YouTube years ago, and for a long time I was like, "What is this?" And then Emulation. I had a roommate that he had this ridiculous computer, and he had all these games like for every system. He had like every SNES game, every Genesis and Mega Drive game, every Famicom game, every Neo Geo game, and then all these weird Chinese games that were kind of it's like they tweaked existing games to make their games, you know. And we saw that one, and we're like, what is this?
I played King of Fighters with tiny sprites. Well, one of my friends had it. It was like a Chinese hack. They're like real small. The stage is the same size, but
the characters were real small. Yep, and then their special moves were big. Yeah, there was a
it was cool.
Yeah, there was a Metal Slug clone called Demon Front. That was a Chinese version of it.
Yes, I seen that one.
And it was kind of.
I still didn't play it yet.
Yeah.
Anytime I try to emulate it, it says I'm missing something. So I was like, fuck it.
See, what I did was I had a modded Xbox, and a friend of mine at work, like a couple years back, he was like, you know, he said I do from time to time I mod systems, and I put emulators on older systems. He's like, do you play any emulated games? I'm like, yeah, I love emulation, you know, especially like old arcade games. Man, he put this thing, it's called Coin Ops. It's like I had like 4,000 plus games on there. And it was like arcade games that I had read about in EGM when I was a kid, or Game Fan magazine. That was my favorite when I was a kid.
I remember that, yeah, I forgot to do with the TV
with the TV for a head, yeah.
Like that one too.
God, it was such a colorful magazine. And they would show in the back, there was like a little section about like Japanese games, you know, and there were all these games.
Yeah, that's why I got it, honest.
I couldn't play those games. And then when I got this, man, me and my son were just going through, actually both of them, both sons, we're going through the list, and we're just like, what is this, man? Let's check this one out. I'm like, holy shit, I remember this from way back in the day. Like, I played a game called Monster Maulers. It was like a 3-player co-op beat 'em up / fighting game.
Never heard of that one.
It was dope. And it had like music like 70s Japanese superhero movies or TV shows and stuff, you know, like Kamen Rider and stuff. I think the music was actually done by one of those cats with vocals and everything. I was like, oh my God, this is awesome. There was another one we played called man, what the fuck was it? It was like Metamorph Q or Metamor Q, something like that.
I know what you said, Metamorphic Force?
Something. I remember I had Metamorphic Force because that one played like X-Men, the arcade game, but the characters looked different. This one was by Bam Presto, and you play one of the characters. It was like a ninja, as a female ninja. There was like a generic samurai guy that looked kind of like Haomaru with the big bushy ponytail, and then there was like a monk with the big old, you know, straw hat with the 3 holes through it, and he had like the weird charm, the jade that's shaped like a 9, and he fought with like a staff, and it was weird. It was like all boss battles. You just fight. You just start the stage, and it's you versus whatever. In any other game, that would be the boss, but that's the stage. So you just fight these.
And it's a 2D game?
Yeah, it's a 2D game. You just fight a bunch of bosses essentially. And they get weirder and weirder. They're all demons, I guess. And then the last one is like the possessed villain. Like he's possessed by something. But it's just you fighting, slapping them, and picking them up and slamming. And it was dope. And the what I liked about it was like the cutscenes were like full screen. They weren't fully animated. But you know how like in Samurai Showdown and King of Fighters, they have the little cutscenes where, you know, somebody slides past the screen while they're talking or something like that. It was like that, except full screen. So, like, everything was huge. It felt like you were watching an anime with limited animation. But, I mean, there were so many of them. I came across a game called Undercover Cops. It's like Streets of Rage.
Oh, yeah. I played that.
It was dope. I was like, what is this, man? Yeah.
That first boss is crazy.
With you pulling girders up out of the ground and beating people with them. Like, what? I was like, what is this, man? It was nuts. And there were so many games that I remember seeing them, but I know I didn't ever get a chance to play them back in the day. And then when I had this, I'm sitting there just playing through games and beating games. And because, you know, it's the arcade game, you could just keep hitting select, and it will keep putting in a coin. So as long as you keep putting in your coins, you can keep playing. You know.
Yeah, I keep going. Yep.
So it was dope, man, and like because my son didn't understand.
Yeah,
I had to explain to him, you know, back in the day, you know, in the arcade, you put in money to play, and it'll give you so many lives, and when you're done, if you don't have any money, you're done. That's it. He's like, "What? You paid to play play games in the outside?
Yeah, you get $1 from your parents. If
that. Exactly. We used to go to Atlantic City.
If that.
Yeah. If that. Yeah, you're right. Sometimes it'd just be some change, and you had to figure it out. And because I remember playing the 6-player X-Men on change. And then, like, if you didn't have any change, you die. And that game was cheap as fuck. People would...
That's it, yep.
The
computer... And you see the fucking life points were fucking numbers. That's how I knew he was trying to take my goddamn money.
Yeah, I hate
it wasn't even a regular life bar. It's numbers. Like, I can't even see how... Come on, man. How many hits can I take from this person? I don't know. I don't see my life.
Yeah. Or with something like that, I think
my parents
yeah, I know, getting it. Like I remember my mom and dad would they'd let us stay at the arcade at Ocean One. That like it used to be a like a yacht, like a big old boat of some sort, like a giant boat. Half of it is on land and the other half is in the water. And it's like
that's cool.
It's like a mall now because they permanently built it into the boardwalk. And we'd be in the arcade the whole time while they're over there playing the slots. And
yeah, my father, he'll play soccer and leave us, and like once your dollar's up, you're just watching people play for the rest of the time.
I remember that's how I learned how to play a lot of games, man. Like watching people play. That's how I got good at Tekken. That's how I got good at Virtua Fighter 2, which is my favorite in the series because it just was like the music was cool. I mean, the voice acting in that game was always terrible. When you win a fight and somebody says something stupid, and you just be like, "Nah."
You seen that drunken fighting dude during the demo mode?
That was my favorite dude.
Play that damn
Shun. That was my favorite dude. He's like Sam Seed from the old Wu-Tang Kung Fu movies and stuff.
Yeah, anytime I went to the flicks, you'd just see it on demo mode, like just attracting everybody. Everybody's going to what? Like honestly, my younger brother was way better at those games than me.
Yeah.
I had to do like a full circle in order to do a Hadouken back in the day. I wasn't able to do the half circle. I had to really like counterclockwise motion in order to do the fucking Hadouken.
I mean, that was the weird thing about the...
Chun-Li was the first person.
Yeah, same here. It was Chun-Li, then I played as Ken, and then I played as Ryu, and then I ended up playing as Guile, and then I stuck with Guile. I mean, I can play with anybody, but I stuck with Guile. And I was so happy when he came back in Alpha 3. I was super happy for the, I think it was Alpha 3 for the PlayStation. Guile was a character.
Oh, yeah, Alpha 3 got to unlock him.
Yep. I was so happy, man. I remember I went through the World Tour mode or whatever. I was so geeked. I'm like, I get to play as Guile in an Alpha game. I'm about to stomp all of you. Like, even worse than I was stomping people before.
And Fei Long, too, I think.
Yeah, Fei Long was in there, too.
Through that yeah.
Yep. Yeah.
That was my favorite game at the time.
Yeah. It's still a fun game. It's a real fun game. Let me see. Because I wrote down some stuff, man, and I figured I would have asked all these things beforehand, and then we started talking about these things that we both did. It's like, man.
Geeking out, man.
Yeah, man. It's crazy because this isn't it. I guess it is the norm with like my friends that I've grown up with, and the folks that I, friends I guess that I've had for a long time. It's not usually the norm with all the folks that we do these kind of things with, which is dope, man. And I appreciate you jumping on and, geeking out with me, man. What was I going to say? What YouTubers do you watch?
Let's see. Mainly like game channels.
Yeah.
Or like movie reviews. Some Angry Joe.
Yeah.
When it comes to like toy reviews, maybe like ODC. I don't really look out for everybody. Like we said, it's like I'm watching a commercial for the toy. I want the real view. Like, this pin, it's like shit. I want that.
Yeah,
to come from a buyer because I'm gonna buy it.
Yeah, I agree.
It's not really much.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, it's
rap videos, stuff like that.
Yeah, it's lessened for me, man. Like I used to watch a lot of people, and then I even used to watch fucking like Pixel Dan and a lot of those guys that like when they started to blow up, the quality of what they're showing changed, and then I was like, yeah, I don't really want to watch it
Yeah,
because I used to watch Pixel Dan
yeah,
back when
it's not for me. I would say that it's not for
exactly.
me.
I liked Pixel Dan back when he was part of the Pop Culture Network, and it was like four or five of them together. And there was the one
Yeah,
guy.
yeah, I know. I remember that one.
Remember the guy with the luchador mask that I think his name was like Dirt or something, and he would give you the news. I liked back then. That was when I was like geeked about watching and listening to what they had to say. And then over time, when he became the only one doing it, it kind of got corny for me. It was like I want
Yeah,
variety, you know?
he reviews like everything, so I'm like, yeah, certain things. Nah, I'm alright.
Yeah,
I don't need to
exactly.
see that too.
Um,
Foosh, I watched then. That guy is kind of funny.
yeah, talking about Robo. I had a love hate relationship with those guys, man, because I was like, in some ways, I felt like they were kind of irresponsible, but then I realized that they're doing things the business people way because they had a line coming out, so
Yeah,
they had to
yeah,
kind of cultivate and then just push the line. So it's just not that wasn't what I was looking for. I still think they were getting people for those articulated icons. I'm like, yeah, no.
I didn't even get one. I'm all right.
Yeah, I was just like, man, it's
I mean,
crazy.
it's all. It's just a basic ninja. Like I'm all right.
Yeah,
I
I'm like,
don't need that.
and they look good, but I was like, there's no way you're gonna tell me a no-name ninja. I'm gonna pay more for that than I would for all the well-known established characters. Nah,
Yeah.
that doesn't make sense to me. But people bought into them. You see them all over the place. So kudos to them. They were able to pull that off. It's just not I wouldn't have. I don't know. Maybe that's
Yeah,
why I don't make
definitely.
toys. But what about God, what was I gonna say? What did you think about the Beast Kingdom? You know what I'm talking about? The Beast Kingdom, Justice League, and I
That's
think
the monkey. Oh no, hold on.
Beast Kingdom. They did like the 8-inch Justice League figures that are kind of. I think they're made of metal, mostly. Have you seen
Oh, I
those?
didn't even get into that line.
Yeah, no, I didn't buy
Because
any
again,
of
like
them. I've seen them, and they looked cool from far away. And then when I learned how big they were, I was like, yeah, nah, that's a little too much. And they were metal, and at the time, they were probably the best before Mafex or next to Mafex. They were the best sculpts for like the BVS stuff, and Wonder Woman stuff. But then, Mafex
uh-huh.
got their shit together, so it was like, yeah, okay, then we don't even need to look at those guys anymore.
I'm looking at it now. I mean, they look decent. You said they're made of metal.
Yeah, I think their bodies are parts of their bodies are like die cast, so they're kind of heavy. But the sculpt looks
Kind of like the S.I.C.
kind of like the old S.I.Cs. I want to say the belts usually were metal and their feet were metal, and sometimes something else like a weapon or something would be made of metal. But
Uh-huh.
these guys, I want to say it's kind of like the Elite series, the Disney Store exclusive Elite Star Wars figures. They're all metal.
Uh-huh.
It's kind of like that. I don't know if all of them is metal, but I know their bodies are metal. At least from there was a dude I used to watch. His name is Ken Owe, and he had like a
Yeah, I
sponsorship.
had him too.
Yeah,
I had him on. I was subscribed to him for a while.
Yeah, same here. For a long when he first started, I was like, I like the way his videos look, but then I like his humor. Just like it got old real quick, and I kind of was like, yeah, I'm good. But he had a sponsorship with them, and the he reviewed a bunch of them, and he was explaining what was metal and what wasn't. And I think for Cyborg it was dope because he's almost all metal, and then the figure is actually all metal, so it kind of fit. But his arms were
Yeah,
too
that would
heavy.
look awesome.
His arms were too heavy, so like if you tried to put him in a pose, there were no
The
ratchets in
arm
his
just dropped.
shoulders, so they would just drop. Yeah, I was like, that's garbage. Come on, guys. Like you should know better. But I just figured I'd throw them out there because I like how they look, but not too many people seem to know about them. Um,
The hip area looks a little off to me, like how it's sculpted.
Yeah.
But outside of that, they look good.
Yeah, they do look good. What about the Lightning collection? You looking into any of them?
No, like honestly, I'd like Marvel way more than DC. Like when it comes to DC, again, a cherry pick. So it's like Batman, Swamp Thing, Fire Lord. There's a few people I like on DC.
Well, no, Lightning collection. I'm talking about like the Power Ranger stuff. That new line, you know what I'm talking about?
Oh no, not really into Power Rangers.
Really, not at all. You still there? I hate when it does this.
Yeah.
Oh, there we go.
New versions? Oh, thank you.
Yeah. The Lightning collection, man, the figures themselves are dope. Have you seen those? Like they did a Pink Ranger, they did the Magna Defender. I just did a review about. I don't like the show anymore, but the figures look good. And if you watch the Japanese versions of those shows, they're a little bit better than. Actually, some of them are way better. The Japanese version is better than the American version. But
well, I'm looking at them now. They look kind of cool. They got the butterfly joints for the elbows and stuff like that.
Yeah, I bring them up because they have Hasbro. That team somehow they have lessened the gap between the import figured articulation like Figure Arts and like domestic $20 figures, because these there's stuff that I can do with the Lightning collection, like Red, and I'm going to show you in the review the Beast Morphers Red Ranger. It's the Beast Morphers is the American version of Go Busters. I reviewed the Go Busters Red Ranger from Figure Arts years ago because the show was off the air. It's over 4 years ago, something like that. And he has like a signature pose. That's how all the Japanese superheroes are. They always got like a signature pose before they fight or something.
Yeah, like the Ginyu Force kind of.
Exactly. And so he has a pose that he does before he's about to attack because he's a speedster. He's fast. And the Figure Arts can't do it. It's one of the few Figure Arts that just cannot do the pose that you saw in the show, which is weird because normally that's what Figure Arts for. Then I got the Beast Morphers version, which is a bigger figure. And you think because it's a cheaper figure, I mean, the Japanese figure cost $40, the US figure was $20. He can do everything. He can do the pose that the Japanese figure can't do. He can squat down and in a natural looking pose and everything. I was just like, what? A Figure Arts can't do something that a Hasbro figure could do?
Yeah, right. It's usually in reverse.
Exactly.
Bizarro world we live in.
That's exactly how I felt. I was like, "Are you kidding me?" So then, as I'm going through and getting more of these figures, I'm just like, "Holy shit!" They do more than Marvel Legends. Like, if you were customizing one of these Lightning Collection figures, would be the perfect base for whatever it is you're trying to make.
Yeah.
So
the range of motion and posability.
Oh yeah, way better. Like I just got the Pink Ranger, like the Mighty Morphin Pink Ranger. She's more posable than the Bandai movie, Power Rangers movie Pink Ranger, which you'd think she's a bigger figure. It's by Bandai. You would think they'd be able to somehow make that work, and somehow they weren't.
She looks cool too. She comes with an alternate head, 2 hands. $20. That's not bad.
Yeah, she's got a effect piece. One arrow, like a real arrow, and then a glowing energy arrow, like in the show. I was like, man, they really.
That's all I'm looking at now. Looks nice.
They did a good job.
The skirt's a little high up, so she can do her moves.
And it's a floating piece, so if you need to push it up to make her do whatever she's doing, you can, and that way you don't rip it.
Like the kicks and stuff. Yeah, I got you.
It looks good. I was like, wow, they actually, whoever is in charge of that particular line knows their shit, and they're making the rest of their lines look kind of stupid because here they're making figure like I got Goldar, big old. You remember Goldar from the first season, the big gold.
Yeah, the Sphinx.
The Sphinx looking dude. Yep, and he's super posable. He can do more shit than some of the Captain America figures out there, and he's fully clad in armor. I'm like, how did they pull this off?
Armor, yeah.
how did they pull this off? You know, and it's like it's the stuff that I pointed out back in the day when I've been saying like engineer your figures. If you engineer them correctly, don't just have a dope sculpt. Engineer the figure. Once you engineer that figure so that they can do whatever it is that you saw them do on screen, you got a winner. As soon as you stop that
Yeah, I
shit,
remember you saying that during the Common Rider videos, and he was showing off
yeah,
the kicks and stuff that they could do.
Soon as you engineer them so that they can do stuff, it's like it just feels like you got something special. When you just give us a dope sculpt,
Yeah, it makes you want to do more with it.
Uh-huh.
You don't want to just be a static piece just sitting there. And, yeah, I hear you.
Yep.
Definitely hear you with that.
That was why I was surprised.
I'm seeing some of the fighting poses.
Yeah, check out
They look awesome.
What's his name? D Amazing did some reviews with them, and he did some okay pictures with them pose wise and stuff. He did some cool stuff. Sometimes because
did you get into the smaller line that they have
of what of Power Rangers?
I think it's like a mixture that they have, but they're imports.
Oh, Shoto. You talking about
they're Shotos?
Yeah. I've seen them. I never got a chance to get into those yet, and plus a lot of them I have. S.I.C. You know how S.I.C. There's two versions.
Yeah.
There's the regular S.I.C. figures, and then there's the Kiwami Tamashi versions that are small. I have a couple of those, so I never jumped on the Shoto bandwagon. The small S.I.C. figures have stupid detail. I reviewed the Fies, the S.I.C. Fies figure and his bike.
I seen that
years ago.
I seen that. We put that up.
Yeah, it's.
I was gonna get into it. I was like, nah, I'm all right. I can't spend more money.
Yeah, now they're more expensive. Back in the day, they cost less than what Joe's were going for. So that's why I jumped.
I think they want like 100 for the bike. Like, I'm all right.
Yeah. Well, no, that might be the full size one, because I know it could be now because I haven't checked, but I know the full size Autovagen. There's like 2 or 3 versions, and they all go for like $100. The Figure Arts just did one not too long ago, and it's over $100. I'm mad too because I wanted it because I'm like it transforms exactly like in the show, but you know I was like whatever. I have a version. I think I have 2. I have a small one and I have a large one. So I'm like yeah whatever. I'm good.
I got the Kakaido. Kakaido's sick. I mean S.I.C. with the bike and the Hokkaido with the bike.
Oh damn! I wanted the Hokkaido, man. Have you ever seen that movie?
Oh yeah, that's why I got the metal violator, mechanical violator.
Yeah, it's dope.
I brought that. I brought it in Chinatown too back in the day.
Yep,
like,
same here.
1999.
Yep, it's a dope movie. I miss those kinds of flicks, man, where they just don't give a shit. And it's like it's violent. It's got claymation or stop motion, not claymation, but stop motion.
Yeah.
Lots of weird tricks to do stuff.
That ending scene was kind of bad, but it was good.
Know, it was fun. Yeah. His neck got the bad guy's neck got all long and whatnot. It was all weird. Yeah, I remember that mess, man.
But I would tell you the figure, it cannot move for shit. The one that came with the bike.
Really?
They did 2 of them. Yeah, his arms is like the elbow. It's just a little peg, so it can't really bend anywhere.
Oh, that sucks. And that figure goes for a decent amount now.
I got it for 80 with the bike.
Okay, that's about what I got one saved in my watch list for about 80. It's gonna be about $100 once the shipping is factored in, but yeah, I have one in my watch list. I'm waiting for it to drop.
I think I caught this on to free shipping.
Yeah.
That's why I jumped on it. Like, when I catch them like that, I'm just going to grab it and not even wait because I already know I'll wait till I get another paycheck and then it's gone.
Yep. Did you, so the Kickhider that you have, do you have the newer one with the orange bike? It's like an orange Tron looking bike? Or do you have the classic one? Because you remember...
The class, no, I would think it's Kickhider 2 that I have. And then I have the... I don't know if you've seen the remake that they did.
Oh yeah, I saw that. I'm trying to remember if I watched the whole thing.
So I had the Kaider from there.
Okay.
Yeah, the fight is kind of.
It
They
was,
kind of dragged it, but the fight scenes was awesome.
yeah, they
So
were
I
dope.
still stuck around and watched it too.
Yep, I think I did watch it. He fought like
And then
a,
I got the
didn't he fight like a giant thing at the end, like a giant, God, he fought something big in the very end, right? Or was that in the middle of the
honestly, I don't
movie?
even remember the end. I just remember the end fight between him and Hokkaido. They just kept punching back and forth and back and forth and
Yep,
back and forth. Like, all right, somebody fall down.
exactly. Yeah, I remember watching that. I was
But
surprised.
I did like the design.
Yeah, it was dope. A lot of those remakes have some good design work going on, man. And like when you see the figure and you get to see all of the design with the light, like not half in the dark, all lit a certain way. You could just look at it in the fully lit and see all the details all over the place. It's kind of nice. You get to really appreciate what they've
Yeah,
done. Um, Garo is like that too. Have you ever watched Garo?
I think I tried to, but then once I seen the CG fight, I was
You were like, nope.
just checked out. Yeah,
Yeah.
I can't do it. And then it looked like PlayStation to me. I can't watch that, man. And I understand if people are fans, but it's not for
Yeah.
me.
You should check
I
out
dig the design.
yeah, the design's nuts. It's nuts, man. I just looking at that, I was trying to draw. I started it and I just never finished because there's so much shit going on that costume. It's so ornate, like everywhere is something, some piece of design. So I was like, yeah, I'll get back to this. I'll draw. I'll eventually finish it.
What made me want to get into it is because I thought it looked like Karas. I don't know if you ever seen
Oh yeah, man.
that anime.
I got that anime before I even knew what it was. I saw the poster at a
Yeah,
convention.
yeah, me too.
And then I was like, we were at Target. Me and my brother were at Target, and I was like, oh shit, look, this is the thing I got the poster for. So I picked it up, and we both were like, what the fuck did we just watch? That was insane. Like the opening
Yeah, I didn't
10
understand it.
minutes. But the second, did you see both of them? Because it's two parts.
No, I seen the first one, the first part.
Oh shit, you got to get the second part. So it's Karas, the what is it called? The second one is called the Revelation or something like that. I think it's Revelation. Um, there's two subtitles. I can't even remember because I had it somehow. I lent it to a friend and then he dropped it off. He moved and he dropped it off to some other friend and then that friend never gave that shit back. And I haven't seen this cat forever, so it's been a long time. I need to re-buy that shit. I still got the poster up in my man cave right now. But yeah, there's two movies, and the first one has the insane opening where he keeps shape shifting from the plane to the car to the spinning whatever that thing is with blades all over the place, and then I don't know, it was nuts. And then
Yeah, it was. Yeah, I said, what the hell was going on?
yeah, it was
When he's talking to a little girl, and what the fuck?
but the second one makes sense of everything, so that you understand what it is you were just watching, like because you don't know who the main like who the main character is, kind of sort of, but it almost feels like it shifts from the beginning of the movie to the end because at first you think it's the redheaded dude with the two pistols. Then there's that dude with the dark hair that pops up, and then you realize that's Karas. And then in the second one, there's like the dude he was fighting um, pops back up, and you find out why he doesn't remember who he was. And I don't know. It's a weird. The way the story is told is really weird. But once they reveal everything, it's like holy crap. And the end of the movie is dope. Yeah, that's one of the
I'll
SICs.
pick it back up again.
Yeah, you should, man. If you find the other version, I'm gonna buy the two of them. I need to go back and find them. Buy those movies.
There's I got sites like you, like you, I can find it.
Yep.
Definitely find it.
Yeah, the SIC for that, man, goes for over $1,000 sometimes because they only made one figure ever, period. Because he was
Of Karas or Garou?
of Karas, because he was, and me and Agent O, we both were like, oh, we'll get him. And then we didn't know that it was not going to be like something you would never ever be able to find again. And when we saw it again on eBay after not, buying it way back when it first came out, I saw him for like one time I saw him for $800. Another time I saw him for $1,000.
God damn!
I'm like, are you kidding me? And then I found out that that's the only Karas figure at the period that they've ever done. No one else has attempted to make a Karas figure. I'm like, are you
That's
serious?
still a lot of fucking money.
I know, it makes no sense. It's like, but I mean, I get rarity in this case because it's like super rare, but $1,000,
Yeah.
that's crazy. But it's a dope figure. I'll tell you that. But he's probably fragile because it's from that time period when the figures were. Excuse me.
Yeah, so I had to get two of the what's the name, the Kikaida twos.
Uh-huh.
The first one I got from a seller. As soon as I took it out of the box,
It
the
fell
leg
apart?
just fell off.
That's no good.
And I think they used translucent plastic at the for the peg.
Oh, that's
And then it was like a die cast metal piece that keeps the leg in, and it just snapped, and I couldn't get it back. And then the seller tried to offer me back $10.
Man.
Like, I'm not giving you, get out. I'm not giving you $70 for a bike. Get the fuck out of here. He gave me a refund, and then I happened to find it cheaper again.
That makes sense.
And I just jumped on there and brought it again.
Yeah. See, my Kamen Rider Fi's in blaster mode, the red one, the S.I.C version, you could turn him into in the show. He turns into like a wolf monster, and with that figure,
I wanted that.
It's dope.
I seen somebody review it on YouTube. He looks so awesome.
Yeah, I reviewed him, and then he broke right before, like during the review when I was taking pictures. He broke at the legs.
It was probably yours then.
Yeah,
it was probably your review. I remember somebody talking shit about something not being like up to par, joints being a little weak, but it still looks awesome in the wolf form.
Yeah,
so it was probably your video.
Yeah, I was like, man, I almost want to get another one so I could just leave him in the wolf form, because essentially you just pull off all the armor and replace it with the wolf parts, and then the legs are those backwards dog legs, you know, and you can pull them off at the thigh, and then you put the other ones on. And when I pulled them off, the knee assembly is brittle plastic with a metal pin going through it. So the metal pin is fine, but the joint just snapped. I'm like, are you serious? And I wasn't even holding the knee itself.
So that's what happened to mine.
Shit was annoying, man.
That's exactly what happened to mine. I'm trying to glue it back. Like, nah, it's not happening.
That's what I ended up doing. I glued his legs back stiff, like at the knees. And I'm like, I'm not.
Well, mine's I can't even do it.
Really?
At the angle that it broke, I would have to like drill a peg into there and then like drill into the knee to get it to like hold.
Damn. Yeah, that sucks.
So I'm not going through all of that. Give me my fucking money back, please. And I brought something else.
Oh my god. No, that's crazy. Yeah, I hate when that happens. I will tell you though, the newer S.I.Cs are way better quality. Like I have a S.I.C Ichigo. You probably saw him in one of my most fun. I think the last most fun and most unfun video I did last year. He was one of the top ones. He was like I think he was my number 2, and I haven't reviewed him yet, and I need to, because I was waiting to get both of them, you know, Kamen Rider 1 and Kamen Rider 2, because they're supposed to be a pair. And his joints, everything feels stronger, like thicker plastic, man. They're not using brittle plastics everywhere. The one that I did a review of a Kamen Rider O's figure that turns into like an octopus, and he's got all the legs and stuff. That one's sturdy too. I was geeked about that because I looked at the design and I'm like, I have to have this figure, because it just looks nuts. Like, I mean, he's literally got.
Which one's the one? This one you.
Huh?
No, there's one you reviewed recently. I don't really know the names like that, but I know he has like a black suit with gray armor, and he has like the yellow bug eyes.
Oh, you talking about?
I think it's red, black. He kind of looked futuristic.
You talking about
He's
Kaiser?
Like the best looking design one that I've seen. I'd like.
He's got like X's everywhere. Yeah, you talking about Kaiser, and he has a bike that turns into like a Ed 209 looking thing. Yeah, I did because I have 2.
I'm not even too sure. I know he looked more robotic.
Yeah.
Out of all the cars, usually they look organic, but he looked robotic.
Yeah. Him and Fies are the 2 that I have that look the most robotic. Fies is like red, silver, and black, and then Kaiser is black, yellow, and silver. And I did. There's two reviews of Kaiza. One is him with the bike. It's a different figure, but it's the same design, and then the bike transforms and stuff. And then the other one is just the figure arts of Kaiza. You know what's crazy? So I had a subscriber. Um, his name was the Briscoe123, and I did a custom cape for his Greg Capullo style Batman. And this cat lived in Canada, and I didn't know he lived in Canada until he sent me the Batman, and then I sent it back to him, and then I got some kind of bill for like customs or some shit. I was like, "Are you serious?" So I ended up paying extra to mail the thing back. But I wasn't complaining. But in the video, I was like, I didn't even know that it was going to be expensive. I did a custom cape for a cat in I think he was in Dubai or somewhere near there, and I didn't even pay that much to send that shit to Dubai. He covered. I think he paid me the extra so that I could send it back, but the cost wasn't anything like the cost to send it to Canada. And I was like, this is crazy. I think homeboy lived kind of like way north. Anyway, he sent me that figure after he heard my story about the paying for extra shipping. I was like, nah, I wasn't saying that like as a complaint. It just was it was an observation, And then homeboy, like a couple years later, everything I did, this dude, like, he commented on. We would geek out about stuff. Then I get this message in my messenger from someone saying, I don't know if you check this, but I'm so and so's son, and he passed away. And I just wanted to let you know. I don't know what you would do after this. He's like, but I just wanted to let you know. I don't know if you guys were good friends or not, but he talked about you a lot. So I just wanted to let you know. I was like, what the fuck? This is crazy. So I've been working on a character that I did like in his honor. That's part of the my comic War of the Gods. And eventually I'm going to show pictures of him. But what I did was, since he gave me a Kamen Rider, and that was one of the things we used to geek out about was Kamen Rider. I made him a knight that fights with this big transforming shield, but he rides this ridiculous bike, like this huge, like powerful looking crazy bike. And it's been taking me a while to like get everything the way I want to, because I don't want to be like, here's this crappy drawing that I'm dedicating to my friend that passed away. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I hear you.
I want it to be dope. So I've been, working on that, and I will, be showing that at some point. It might show up on Facebook probably, because that's usually where I post like artwork stuff, But yeah, man, it was weird because normally, that doesn't happen. Where people, they listen to what you're saying and then they're like, oh, my bad, here. So it caught me off guard. I was surprised, But yeah, man, it was a weird, because that's the first time I've ever had that happen, where somebody who you knew online only for that amount of time just disappeared, and then all of a sudden you get an answer and it's like, this is what's going on. But yeah, it's been weird, man. This whole YouTube thing has been weird because you don't realize that what you're doing, it doesn't feel like it's important. And then there's certain people that will pop up and then they'll be like, when I'm driving my truck, this is what I'm listening to, when I'm driving all over the U.S. I'm like, really? For real?
Yeah.
Or like, folks will be like,
same for me.
Yeah, it's weird, man. It's a weird thing because I'm just, like I said, the idea was always to put shit out there so that people would listen and then you can geek out with them. In the comments you could talk about, similar shit and just get to know other people's perspective on these things that you love too. And then it becomes one of those things where it's like, this becomes the routine over the, the course of people's day. It becomes routine of the course of my day.
You look forward to the videos and stuff like
Yeah, it's weird, because I never think about it like that. I just think about it like I make something and I put it out there and people do with it what they're going to do. But then, people are actually looking forward to what you have to say, it's like, this is different. This is really weird and it's kind of different. But I'm glad because at least it means that, someone's listening. It's not like it's just going out into the nothing. You know what I'm saying? Like someone actually hears and then we can geek out somewhere in some kind of fashion. So, it's fun being able to do that. Because out here, I only know a handful of people that are collectors that aren't fanatics. You know what I mean? Like they're not like willing to sell off their kids so they can get fucking the $700 Unicron figure or something. Like that I only know like Agent O and like a couple other people here that's the way they are. They collect, but they also do other shit.
That Unicron figure is amazing though.
Yeah, I was surprised. I'm like, man, but it pisses me off that it looks like it belongs with the classics or the Chug line, but it's being priced like a masterpiece figure, and that thing looks like it's just a big chunk of shell forming. You know what I mean? Like I watched the transformation video.
But he was moving it like, what the hell? Yeah. What's underneath?
Yeah, like it looked like a child.
Big ass hollow ball.
Yeah, man. I'm like, this is crazy, but whatever. Somebody will be happy.
He looks the part though. That's what I like. Yeah. He looks the part.
Yeah, I'm still sticking with that Energon version because I can afford that. I can't afford that big ass thing. Like, I mean, I shouldn't say it like that. I could afford it.
APC. I would never buy it.
What? Oh, you talking about for the Joy Toy figures?
The higher toys?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Man, you're better off just spending more money, about the same amount of money and getting a fucking, actually it'd be less. Get the G.I. Joe Rhino from Rise of Cobra. It does more. It can hold about.
I'd rather get a laptop with that money. That's too much.
It's true. It's so true. Yeah, but I think the Rhino is a better vehicle because it's not just a box with wheels. You know what I'm saying? Like the Rhino has the helicopter in the center.
Yeah.
It's got the little
helicopter.
Yeah, it's dope, man. It's a dope vehicle.
Turret on the side. I think somebody had one, but he was missing missiles, and then somebody else was selling it for too high a price. So I was like, yeah, I'll wait till I see it again.
Yeah, I mean, if you see it and it doesn't have the missiles, you're not missing out, and it can use a lot of the Rise of Cobra, those missiles that come with those, fire.
And I have a fucking box full of that shit.
Yeah, you could easily just use those to replace the missiles on that. A lot of times I end up just putting the missiles away because they pop off on their own, and I hate that. Like the True Hero stuff, they have that weird slider where you slide it across and then it fires each missile pod individually. Sometimes you'll just be sitting in the room doing something else and you just hear pop and you're like, what the hell? And it just shot off on its own because it's like tension, and if the slider even moves just a little bit, it'll just pop it right off on its own.
Just misfire.
Yeah, so it feels like somebody's playing, some magical being is playing with your shit in the background.
Ghost is in there playing.
It's annoying, and it fires pretty far. So, sometimes, I'm in the beginning, like, because I got the True Heroes, I think they're called Hero Force now. That U-53 helicopter, you know what I'm talking about? It's a big helicopter with
the handle on the back.
Yeah, with the handle on the back. Not the
I wanted that one.
But this one's big. It's huge. It's got like a turret, like a dual chain gun turret on the side that kind of slides out.
It looks kind of futuristic, like.
Kind of, sort of. I mean, it looks like a cargo helicopter. You've seen these; they exist in real life, but this has just more armament on it. It has one of those missiles, those random firing, the slide mechanism things. I think you can remove it. Same thing with the I think it's it's a Hero Force vehicle as well. It's that armored, with Sentinel-1. The armored personnel carrier that they had that has the shields on the sides that you can take off.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
It has one of those firing mechanisms with the slide on the top, and it fires on its own all the time. So I just took the missiles out. I got them in my box of random shit because I'm like, yeah, this is too creepy that randomly it's just firing off on its own. So yeah, if you have a box of shit, I'm sure you'll find a missile that could fit in the Rhino. because it's, to me, it's one of the dopest
No, because I
vehicles.
have a whole line of the POC figures that I was buying at the time, and when they came to those launches, of course, toss them right in the box. I'm not going to use that big
Yep.
fucking clunky shit. So I know I have them.
Yep, it would work perfectly, man. Because like, yeah, I tried them out just to see, and sometimes when my younger son comes up, he'll do that, just play around with stuff and see. He's all about, kids always like the firing mechanisms and stuff, so he'll come up and find the things that shoot. So yeah, we learned that like a lot of those missiles.
I was super into it when G.I. Joe first had them spring-loaded launches. Oh man,
I know.
You see them actually shoot the toy on the commercial. I was all into that.
Yeah, me too. See them with the missiles when they were shooting water. I was happy about that because I think like Eco Warriors, they used to change color.
Yeah.
Me and my brother had a couple of those. Yeah, we were all about that stuff, man. And then after a while, as I got older, I'm like, yeah, I don't need the missiles. I really don't. You can save that.
Yeah, I want the real gun.
Yeah. But yeah, man. I don't know. I'm glad we got to do this, man. We got to do this again. I gotta. What I wanna do is we'll have a specific topic. Like.
Yeah. Instead of just shooting the shit, I got you.
Yeah. We'll do a specific topic so that we can get more opinions, different perspectives and stuff. But I like the shooting the shit part. It's fun, man. It's nice to do this after talking about it for so long, and then finally actually getting to sit down and do that, man. Because I mean, typically, this is what we would be doing if we were in the same place, like, and that's what I keep telling people.
True.
I'm like, this is the way I prefer having these random sit down kind of talks where we just shoot the shit and happen to talk about toys. You know what I mean? So it, you can tell what people are into and their perspective based on these kinds of conversations. But
did you ever get into the Amazons, Kamen Rider?
Oh yeah, I watched the first. It was kind of goofy to me. That was the one with the dude eating a boy. He eat like a hard boiled egg before he transformed or something. I remember. Honestly,
he's the only one that I like out of the whole cast. He was the only cool one out of the rest of them. I don't know what the hell was going on. He firing a million bullets. Nobody's
never hit anything. Yeah, they're like
that team that attack team that they had. They were just there to get beat the fuck up. I don't know why the fuck they were on screen.
I remember that. The agent always telling me about it because I started watching it and then like when the dude started eating them eggs, I was like, what the fuck is going on, man? I started cracking up and I don't think I even continued. I was like, I'm done with this. And then like, because it had the, a lot of anime from back in the day, and they still do it now, but it was more when we were kids. They have that innocent dude who is like a savage at heart. I can't remember specifics, but there used to be like a manga and an anime. I think the manga had been around for a long time with this kid who's really some kind of demon. He had like one horn, and he would turn into like this muscular dude with long hair and the horn sticking out the top of his head, and he fought with a spear. I can't remember the cat's name, but he was when he was himself at school, he's this regular like Shinji from Evangelion. Just a complete.
That sounds like something the dude from Devilman will make.
Yeah, it was kind of like that.
Describing it.
It was kind of like Devilman, except this was comedy. It had fights in it, but it was more of a comedy. So it wasn't hardcore, violent.
Did he look like the typical Japanese ogre?
Kind of, sort of, like with the horn. Except he looked like he was a man with. I don't know if his hair turned red and long. I just remember his hair was really long, and he had the one horn, and he kind of hunched over. He always had a wicked smile. He had the bushy eyebrows and shit. He looked like the typical, like, main Ryu-looking character. But then he had the long hair and the evil-looking face and
the horn.
And he was, like, real strong. And he was hot-headed because they always make him like that. Just a straight asshole. But his I think his purpose was to, like, defeat some evil. He's using the demon blood in him to fight off demons, kind of like Devil May Cry type shit, you know. Um,
All right.
but it was the same kind of feel, you know. He acted like Ranma. Actually, you remember Ranma One Half, the dude who
Yeah, that's my shit.
yeah, I used to love that show, man. Yeah, I was thinking of trying to find that on either alternative means or just go out and find the whole series and see if I can find it for cheap, or at least a couple of the movies, because the movies were always fun. But he had that kind of attitude when he was.
I think I have like 4 of the comics.
Yeah, I had a couple of the comics too. And it's somewhere, I swear I had them on VHS when I was a kid. I had the movies on VHS, like 2 or 3 of the movies. One of my friends had, his mom used to go to like flea markets and get them on get VHSs that have like chunks of the series. And so we had about 10 VHS that somehow, they were like 8 or 10 hour VHSs, something like that. And we just had like the whole series, or what was released at the time. I'm pretty sure they had several series, you know, but we had a bunch of them on VHS. That's how I actually came across the trailer for the '90s Street Fighter animated movie. It was at the end of one of those VHSs. They would show you like previews of other shit that was out, and then they just had this commercial where it had Ryu. It was like an extended fight. It was the fight in the beginning of the movie when Ryu was fighting Sagat, except this had a couple more sequences in it. And if you buy the DVD now, I think the latest version of it, or the Blu-ray or whatever, it has the extended what was in this trailer that wasn't in the movie when you saw it, like when you bought it back then. It's put back into the film. Okay. It's pretty dope. Like you had a scene where Ryu tried to punch Sagat. He dipped the punch and then locked him up, like locked his arms up, clasped his hands behind Ryu's head, and started hitting him with the knees in his body, like a bunch of knees to the body. It was dope. I was like, damn. Because that movie was raw with the fights. It was real good with the fights. But yeah, we used to do that a lot. Some of the places in Canal Street had it like that too, where if you bought, like, because back then you'd buy a VHS, and it would have like 2 episodes. It'd be an 8-hour tape with 2 or 3 episodes, and it's like, come on, man. And then at the end, it would have like a trailer for like other stuff that was coming out. And back then, you had to either mail order or you had to have a hookup somehow. Somebody who would get that stuff and record it and then dub it for you. But yeah, man, I gotta remember what the name of that show is, man. With the kid, with the half ogre whatever kid. I can't remember his name, but that's how I felt about Amazons. The fights were cool. Yeah. The fights were cool. I liked that. And I remember the original. I did watch the original back in the day. This shit's real cheesy if you go back and watch it now. But it was violent.
I tried.
Yeah, it's so cheesy, man. They had a little bit of Tarzan thrown in there and a little bit of like all kinds of other shit. It's just like, this is weird. It's like weird for the sake of being weird. But no, I like the look of the characters though. I just like the weird.
I like that costume.
Yeah.
But like the main star, his acting, he overacted.
He's terrible.
Every fucking thing. So he was terrible.
He's terrible. Yeah, everybody else. I mean, I get their character, but yeah, he is terrible. He doesn't sell it for me at all.
I only stuck around for the guy that was eating the eggs. I like the red one, the red transformation. He looked awesome. He was like really killing people, like
I'm gonna have to check
the fins in their necks, and you see the blood spraying everywhere. And all
I gotta check that out. I remember. I think I watched the first 2 episodes, and then watching that team blunder their way through everything. I was just like, what is the point of this? Like, what is going on with these?
All right, so don't even get back into it because. The whole series is full of that. I'm telling you.
Really? How many episodes?
It's a wasted time. Like, you guys are wasting my time right now. This is 5 minutes of my life. I'm never going to get back.
How many episodes was it? Was it like a 12-episode series, or was it 20-something or something?
I think it was the 13. I forgot how much it was, but I seen them all through, and then they had the final movie.
Oh, okay. I've seen the movies at I've seen the movies on one of the sites I watch kung fu movies on, and I was like, I might check it out one day. I just kept on putting it off because of that kind of the cheesy stuff that I saw in the series. How is the movie? Is it good?
Yeah, the movie's good. The fighting's good, but at the same time, I don't like the main character.
Yeah.
It shouldn't have been him.
Oh my god. Yes.
And I mean, when you watch it, it makes sense why he's the main dude. Like it's supposed to be like opposing sides. One
Yeah.
fighting for the monsters, the other one wants to eradicate them, which is the red one. But it's just kind of the way he goes about it.
It's just lame. I'm gonna have to check it out. I mean, I think one of these days I'll do it. Part of the other reason I don't watch it, I knew it was violent, like it's bloody. I mean, it's cheesy, but it was bloody. So I was like, yeah. A lot of times I shy away from watching the bloody stuff in front of the little kid. It's funny.
Oh
man.
yeah. It's that.
It's so many things I've like.
There's scenes when they
don't they like rip people apart?
They're cutting each other back and forth, and
yeah.
They're eating each other, stuff like that. So they even they eating people. So I don't know if you want to have them watching that yet. Yeah, we'll have him watching it. I know you have an older one.
Yeah, it's weird, man. Because like when I was watching The Boys, I had to wait till he was asleep. Man, I was falling asleep watching that shit late at night because I could only watch it when he was asleep and I'm done with work and I'm sitting there trying to stay up and like watch because it's slow, but it was good. It was better than the comic. The comic just feels like gratuitous for the sake of being gratuitous, like shock value.
Yeah, I hear you. I heard like what the true origin was. I'm like, yeah, that's a little much.
Yeah, exactly. It's like you really hate superheroes if you're doing this nonsense. But
yeah, that's a little too much.
The series isn't bad, but it was just like I knew what the book was like, so I was anticipating worse stuff than what you actually see in the film or in the series. So I had to figure out ways to watch it when he's not around to watch it with me. And then, excuse me, what was the other show I was watching? There was something else that was pretty violent. Garo is like that too, because Garo's got nudity and lots of killing and dismemberment and shit like that because it's about demons and these knights that specifically hunt demons. So the demons don't get.
There's different series for that, right?
Yeah,
I see like 5 different ones of them.
Oh yeah. They so the first one is the one I have the figure of, and then they did. I think there's like 3 other people, one of which is the main character's son, the first main character's son. His name is Koga, Saijima Koga, and his son's name is Raizo. And it's funny because the way that guy goes out, you don't know what happened to him. And I think one of those series later, like way later, answers what happened to that cat. Because like
also they all connected. I thought they were like spin-offs off each other.
Yeah, I mean they're spin-offs, but it's
I see like different actors on the front.
Yeah, they're all like Garo is a mantle. So different people when they get to that level of like a hunter or a knight as they're called, Garo is like the top. So different people get to wear that armor or a variation of that armor when they get to that level. And one character is from a completely different reality. And then there's like a couple other characters that are from the same, reality as the first Garo that you ever, that was in the first series. And it's dope. I mean, there's lots of other knights too, different colored knights, different knights with different powers and stuff. They all do the same thing, but they're all like not as good as Garo. Like Garo is the shit. Everybody else is kind of like second best, So
might have to pick it up.
Yeah, it's worth checking out. I mean, like once you get used to the fact that when they start doing crazy shit, instead of using wires, they use CG because it's cheaper. It's good because the choreography is good, and you'll see quite a few old kung fu movie heads in that series because it's choreographed by this cat named Mark Musashi, who also choreographs some Hong Kong films. And there's a couple guys, like old dudes. Like, do you remember in Fist of Legend You remember the Japanese cat that was the
General Vegeta.
no, the good Japanese guy, his Jet Li's girl's father. You know what I'm talking about? He had a little like he was one of the teachers at the school, and in the middle of the movie, the two of them have a fight with like blindfolds on and shit in the
Oh, okay, yeah. He got the short cut hair. I know, like a buzz cut.
Yeah, like a buzz cut.
Yeah,
yep.
I know you talking.
That dude,
a square man jaw. Yeah,
exactly. He's been around for a long time. He was in Eastern Condors. That was a Sammo Hung movie. Sammo Hung is my dude. That's like my favorite. Next to Bruce Lee and even Donnie Yen, Sammo Hung is like my favorite of all time. Like the dude is just on a different level. So much so that he's even choreographed movies for Jackie Chan because they grew up together.
Yeah, I think he in that same school where they used to force him to do splits and all types of crazy
shit. Yeah, all that crazy shit. Yeah, the opera school.
Sammo Hung can move for a fat dude, man.
He's good. Oh yeah, he's dope. Seeing him fight Donnie Yen in Killzone or SPL, whichever version you saw, fucking dope, man. But the dude that I'm talking about, his name is Karada Yusawaki, and he's the dude who he fought Jet Li in Fist of Legend. He was one of the goons with a weird kicking style in Eastern Condors towards the end. And then one of my favorite kung fu movies of all time is called Shanghai Express. It's like a western, like a kung fu western, and Sammo Hung's in it. It's got everybody. Sammo Hung's in there. Cynthia Rothrock is in there. It's everyone except Jackie Chan, because I think this was back when those two were beefing. So it's Sammo Hung, Jackie Chan is in there, a bunch of Korean cats are in there, Japanese cats that at the time were like the big name guys and everything. And when you see the movie, you'll be like, wow, I remember her from all these movies. I remember him from these movies. And they all play like decent little roles. I mean, Sammo is the main character, but like a lot of the other supporting cast members are important fighters you've seen in other movies. And in this, they all go up against different characters and have different situations. But anyway, Sammo has a fight with Cynthia Rothrock. She was the white chick that you always saw in kung fu movies back in the day. She was
Dragon Lady?
Yeah, she was in. Yeah, I think she might have been in Dragon Lady. She was in China O'Brien. She was in.
Yeah. She's out. They put up a picture because I'm looking at the Chinese Express now. Yeah, that's Dragon Lady.
Yep. She was in Righting
with the blonde hair.
She was dope, man. She was real dope. Her and Sammo have a fight, and in the fight, he imitates Bruce Lee while he's fighting her, and it's ridiculous. It's so good, man. So I mean, he kicks her so hard, it's ridiculous. I was like, God. I mean, it might not have been her, but her character got blasted with a sidekick that just looked like it ended her whole life. It was ridiculous, man. But he's Karada, the same dude I'm talking about that was in Fist of Legend and was in Eastern Condors. He's in that movie. He's also a character that pops up in, I want to say, the 3rd or 4th season of Garo. And he's not the main villain, but he's like one of the villains that works alongside the main villain. It's pretty dope. I was like, wow, the choreography is like kung fu movie, like good kung fu movie level choreography. Even the wire work is.
So they fight. They fight before that whole CG stuff.
Yeah, and even during the CG stuff, they still use the same, like, the CG stuff is used for when they start flying and when they, sometimes when Garo is all armored up.
The more anime needed stuff.
Yeah, to get those angles and stuff, they do that. But, like, there's fights where it's a dude in a suit, and you can clearly tell. And the choreography is like that Hong Kong style choreography. It's real clean looking and flashy stuff. Like Garo himself, once he puts on the armor, he's not flashy. He's more like direct. It's like no bullshit. He's cutting directly through whatever's in front of him. Whereas when he's the Koga, the dude who turns into that, when he fights the demons without his armor, it's all martial arts, like all cool flips and parries and all the cool shit you could possibly do when you're not completely covered in armor. he does it when he's, you know, not in the armor. It's dope. Um, he's got a rival character on there too, is the Silver Knight that has like the lance. Um, it's dope. Like the first 2 seasons are probably the best. So if you
the one who shines in darkness, that's the one I was going to get into.
That one's dope too, but like it won't make sense until you've seen the other. I mean, it makes more sense when you see what Garo is supposed to be, and then you understand what this guy's problem is, because he talks about like his suit is cursed, which is it's the original Garo armor, but his version is cursed, so he's not as powerful as he should be. So if you're watching that one first, you're gonna be like, what is he talking about? Like, what does he mean he's not as powerful as he should be? How powerful should he be? When you watch the other ones, you'll see at the end of the second season, you get the perfect example of how powerful Garo is supposed to be, and it's dope. Each series kind of ups the ante, but the first guy is the best. Flat out, he's the best. His son is cool though.
It's the whole wolf armor that made me get into it too. Yeah. Honestly, that made me want to start watching it. But I'm telling you, once I've seen the CG, but this is back in the day, I'll get back into it.
Yeah, it's worth it. Past that, it's worth it, man. Like just to watch something a little different. It's like because we don't get as much. I mean, I guess now America's starting to lean into our like superhero mythology more, but like before, we didn't used to get that. So. A lot of Japanese shows, you know, this is decades and decades. I mean, Kamen Rider and like the very first Super Sentai team, that was the 60s. You know what I mean? Like, they've been all about this shit since the beginning, whereas we had shows, but we didn't really lean into it heavy. Now we're starting to lean into it heavy, and it's weird seeing superheroes everywhere like the way we do now. But yeah, this stuff, like when you see this and you see how they treat it the way we treat the movies, that's how they treat the show. Then when they do up the movie, they put more money. Because there's a couple movies for Garo. And the first movie is called Red Requiem. It's a retelling, like with a budget, of the first couple episodes. And then they threw in another villain. And like a new villain. And the effects are nuts. It's like stupid nuts. The CG looks even more realistic than it looks 100% more realistic than what you saw in the TV series. Like you can tell they spent money on this shit. And I think it was in 3D. And so if you have, 3D stuff, you could take advantage of all that. But yeah, it's a good series to check out, man. It's worth it. It's a change of pace because the stories are more complex than a lot of the other Japanese shit. It's not cut and dry. Like Amazon's, I'm a savage and I got to come to grips with this, but I don't want to. You know what I mean? Whereas this is like, it's like the Twilight Zone with martial arts and, demons most of the time, because the demon is usually the center, the villain of the series. There's always a demon because that's what he does. He hunts a different demon, but usually the situation that demon presents itself in, it's always got like some kind of twist to it, there's always some weird part. Like there was one where this dude found this girl. He like just finds this girl out in the middle of nowhere. She's like kind of naked and shit. And he's like, why are you out here like butt naked? What the hell? What is wrong with you? Why are you laying here like this? And she's not, like, she's shaking and shit. And so he just is trying to be nice. He covers her up and tries to find out what her name is and blah, blah, blah. And then she pretends like she can't talk. When he's not around, she leaves and she goes and does some certain things. And he has to figure out. It's kind of like the way that some of those zombie movies or zombie TV shows, they ask certain questions, like moral questions. Like, what would you do if your friend got bitten by a zombie? Would you kill him or would you protect them and try to fix it? It's that kind of,
I see it on there too. I can they got it on there, Red Requiem.
Yeah. Check it out. I mean, I guess if you check out the series first and then watch the movies, you'll see what was changed, because all the changes kind of correspond to shit that you've already seen, when you watch the series. So yeah, watch the first season and then go back and watch the movie, and then you'll be like, oh, I see what they changed to get here. It's
All right.
dope. It's dope, man. Like it blew me away. I think it's easily the best tokusatsu type TV show that's come out.
Like a modern. All
Yeah,
right.
yeah, modern ones. Yeah, it's so good, man. It's so good. It's not cheesy at all. I mean, maybe there's like a character or two that's kind of cheesy, but the series itself is so good. But
And they got a lot, those 7 different series I'm seeing on
yeah,
here right now.
the one that's whack is the one that's called like Makai Chronicles. I think that was the second to last version. Um, and then there's another one called like, what is his name?
I
Starts with
see
a J.
Goldstorm,
Yeah, Goldstorm's all right. There's one with a
Piece of
guy.
the Midnight Sun.
That one's all right too. I think that's the third movie. The last one is Jinza. I think the guy's name is the main character. He was the villain of one of the other shows, and somehow he ended up becoming the hero of the the last. I want to say it's the last or it's the second to last season. Um, it wasn't good in my opinion. Not compared to the others. It was kind of like, like you're watching it and you're just like, okay,
Just want to complete it.
yeah. But the first two, especially Makai Senki, which is the second season, I want to say, is so good. Even the ending, it's one of those endings where you get what happened, but they leave it kind of ambiguous so that you can, people can talk about it and kind of figure out for themselves what happened. But it's such a good ending. It feels good. It's like, okay, I get it. Yeah,
I would trust you on it because honestly, I went back and I watched that Kamen Rider movie after you reviewed it, and I dug it. The one with the first Kamen Rider in it. He comes back.
Yeah. It was all right. I was surprised.
Yeah, it's all right. Yeah,
I was surprised, man. I was
dug
like,
his outfit in there too.
Yeah, man.
Well, honestly, I watched it after watching Amazon, so that's what made me like it so much more.
Yeah, exactly.
Handle it.
Yeah, and it's supposedly that year. It was strange because that year they had this promotion. It was called Superhero Year. So the idea was they were going to go back and restart up the Kamen Rider series in order, which was weird because Kamen Rider the original Amazon was the fourth Kamen Rider show. And at the time, the only two newer versions of the old Kamen Riders were Kamen Rider #1, which was the movie you saw, and then there was Amazons. And they didn't do any of the other guys. And that was years ago, you know what I mean? A couple years ago. And they still haven't gone back and done the other characters. So I'm like, what happened to Superhero Year? Like, did you guys just give up on that shit? Like, what's going on? But it was dope though. I was surprised, man. Just the fact that the dude is 70 years old and he did that role back in the 60s.
Good, man.
Yeah, I know, right? I'm like, damn, his life was treating him well because a lot of other actors, if you see them now, and they've done the job like less time than this guy was doing it. They look like shit. Like their life was like they went straight into the hard drinking and the cocaine and all that shit. And you could tell, man, their lives look like they lived a hard ass life on purpose, But yeah, man, it's worth it. You should check it out. I think you'll enjoy it. Another one worth checking out is two of them from the 90s. It's Kamen Rider Zo and Kamen Rider J.
I've seen that one.
Yeah, those ones were done.
I've seen Zo.
The same director who did Hokkaido, and he also did Garo, and he also did those two movies. And Shin. I think he did Kamen Rider Shin as well. That one's pretty gory. Like, that's the one that looks like a humanoid grasshopper. And his transformation.
I honestly only seen the model kit for that. I didn't even know it was a show.
Yeah, it was a show in the 90s. They tried to do because there was like no Kamen Rider in the 90s except for those 3 movies. They weren't TV series; they were just movies, and they stood out because the tone was like real dark and violent, like the manga. The manga for Kamen Rider has always been dark and kind of violent, and the show.
Well, Zo, I remember because it was a Sega CD game, and I remember. Wanted to like play it at the time whenever it came out.
Yeah, I remember that. Damn, I forgot all about that. Yeah, there was a video game back in the day. It was like it was almost like a VC, like an interactive VCD of the movie.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah.
yeah,
I
if you,
think they had a Power Ranger version too, but I wanted the Kamen Rider one.
yeah,
Mass Rider, that's what it was.
yeah, damn, oh, the '90s, man, it was so long ago.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was dope. I remember that. But yeah, you'll
Now they
like
don't have the
those.
Shin on here.
Yeah, Shin. I think you can find Shin on Kiss movies, Kiss
That's
Asian.
what I'm on right
Yeah,
now.
Kiss
I don't
Asian.
see it.
I can't. I don't know if it's named Shin or if it's Shin Kamen Rider or something like that. It's but I think it's on there. I think I watched it on there because I learned about it when I was doing research for Garo, and then I learned that he directed movies. The only one of the movies that I had seen before this was Zoe, but I hadn't seen Shin. I'd seen a GIF of a scene, the transformation sequence uh, from Shin, where he's turning into the grasshopper and he's like shaking and the third
Uh,
eye opens up in his head and stuff. And it was just weird.
I seen that on YouTube.
Yeah, yeah. And I think the whole movie might even be on YouTube as well. Because some people, I've watched reviews where people mentioned that it was there. Maybe by now they probably took it down, but
Yeah, knowing them
yeah, because
fuckers.
I know you'd be surprised though, like of the stuff that still is up on YouTube. Like, because sometimes I'm like, how are people getting away with this? There's all kinds of old anime, the whole thing
Yeah, kung
on
fu
there.
movies too.
Yeah, I'm like, man, this is crazy. Sometimes I'm at work in between calls and in between like my like on my breaks and stuff. I'll just be sitting there watching fights from old kung fu movies. The whole thing is
Yeah.
on there. Like I found this one.
Oh,
What was it called? It was this one with a white dude back in the day when like Bruce Lee and Jim Kelly were like the Bruce Lee guys. Like the guys that fought that way with the skinny dudes with muscles that were powerful as fuck. There was a white guy. It was called like Kill and Kill Again or something like that. The whole movie was on YouTube like 10 times. 10 different people posted it, and no one's moved that shit. I'm like, man, I didn't even know this movie existed, and then I watched the whole thing. I mean, it's really cheesy. Like, it's old. Like, real. It looks like people just went in the backyard and started filming shit. But the fights are okay because dude knew what he was doing, and he was also inspired by Bruce Lee. You could tell. But yeah, man, there's some shit on there. I think Zoe and Shin might be on YouTube. I know I at least watched a couple sequences from both movies on YouTube.
I did watch Zoe full on YouTube. That's how I
Okay.
seen it first.
Yeah. Zoe is creepy, man. Like, even the music is creepy. I'm like, what is going on with this movie? And I love the toy, though, because the toy came with the grasshopper. It was like a big, it's a miniature grasshopper, but compared to the figure, it's big. And I always thought they did a good job with that. He's really underrated, man. You never hear anybody talk about him. Um, but it's a good figure. Real simple, but real good figure. Well done figure.
Those are the only Kamen Riders I really like the simple design. I don't like all that extra
Yeah.
crap that they throwing on them now.
Yeah, the new ones, man, I don't know. Like the one with a fucking space shuttle for a head. Man, get the fuck out of here with that nonsense, man. This shit made me so angry. I'm like, what is this? For real? Like his foot.
Well, honestly, he's all right looking. The ones with the belts, the crazy.
Yeah, his
I don't
belt
know,
looks
they
like an
got the
arcade.
fucking.
His belt looks like an arcade machine. You see what I'm talking about?
Yeah,
Like it's
what
got
the
like a joystick and
fuck
a
is that?
yeah. Like how you fighting crime with a giant belt that looks like a fucking Sega CD or some shit. Like it doesn't even make sense to me, man.
I think it's
too much.
I think they're trying to sell that as the toy for the kids.
Yeah,
Like
of course.
They're trying to look for something else to market outside, so
yeah.
they go the extra mile for it. Though. It's too much.
That's what those shows. Many of the shows are like. If you ever watch Ultraman these days, it's like a commercial for cosplay toys. They always like Ultraman back in the day is a dude who grows into the big silver and red character. There's no gimmick. There was no like tool or no toy other than him. And then there were like planes for like the science patrol. Now there's like there's like a wand. Then there's figures that you got to touch to the wand, and then there's like canisters that you shake, and then you put them in a thing, and then you. I'm like, you got to be kidding me, man! Like this is ridiculous. Like back in the day, there's a shtick that they created for Ultraman. Now Ultraman is just like Kamen Rider and Super Sentai, where it's like gimmick after gimmick after gimmick. They got like 10 super modes and shit, so that if you buy the toys, you got to buy 10 different figures to have a complete, version of this character. It's kind of dumb, but it's kind of like ingenious because people are going to keep buying this stuff. They're going to keep on buying it up. But yeah, the old simple designs, the simpler designs made sense because they fought.
My honestly was stiff, but yeah.
Yeah, I like when they fight.
It's
like
basic.
Yeah. One of the last ones that was good like that, Fives was good like that. Double, the one with the dude who's half green and half black, is like that too. It's a detective show pretty much, but the villains tend to be monsters that are connected to where they all get their powers from, and all of the designs in that are pretty nice. What was another one that was dope?
Was Black good? I hear people saying
yeah. Black and Black RX was pretty good from back in the 90s. Yeah, that was the one. I think that was the one that came immediately after the movies that I just mentioned. Jay, Zoe, and Shin. When those movies were done, then the first series was Black and Black RX. And it was good. It's real good. It was hardcore as fuck, man. I was like, damn. I remember I didn't see the whole thing when I was a kid because we had it on the international channel in Portuguese, but they switched to some other show before the end of the series. So I never got to see how it ended. Because that's what they would do, man. They did that with Dragon Ball. I was watching Dragon Ball as a kid in Portuguese, and then like in the middle of the Cell saga, because they took their sweet time, getting through that. They just switched to something else. I was like, how does it end?
It was the same thing. I used to watch it. I think it was in Japanese at the time. I couldn't tell. It was channel 53. I had to have my brother stand by the window with the hanger in order to pick up the channel. But we was able to watch it.
Yeah, that was the international channel. Yep. Oh my god. Yeah, it was in Japanese because they played all the shows in the language that the country of origin's language. So with the exception of a couple, like I used to watch X-Men in Portuguese on that channel, and I used to watch Speed Racer in Portuguese as well, or Spanish, something like that. And I never understood how those two weren't in Japanese when they're they're Japanese shows, but I know some of them are big in like the Latin American countries, so maybe that's where they were transmitting.
Yeah. Like, I don't know if you know about Kinnikuman.
Oh,
He's
yeah.
really big out there.
Yeah. So is Saint Seiya. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
It's big in Latin America.
I like that because the old one, because of the fight. The fight was like kung fu. Like,
yo, have you seen the CG movie of that?
No. I think I skipped because of CG.
Man, you need to see that shit. You talking about fights?
The one on Netflix?
No. Before Netflix has like a series, like a new series. That's
the one that I skipped.
Yeah, it's CG, but it's trying to look like the animation. There was a movie though that they did before that. The whole thing might be on YouTube. I know I watched it on some random site because they had the whole thing. I couldn't find it anywhere to buy it. So I was like, let me see if I can find it online. And I found it online. Yo, the fights in that movie were nuts. I mean, ridiculous. Like kung fu-ish craziness. The one dude, Pegasus, kind of fights like a Bruce Lee-ish kind of style, hitting people all hard and then shaking when he hits folks. It's like some of the most stylish fighting that I think I've ever seen, and it's so good.
Is it an anime movie or
it's
live action?
It's CG. It's like a Pixar movie.
Oh, okay.
It's dope, man. I was like, what the? I should have done a review. I think we might have mentioned it in a Off Our Brains episode years back when we first started. But yeah, it's worth it if you can find it. I gotta remember what the name of the movie is. I'm gonna look it up right now so I can tell you. Um, Saint Seiya. Legend of Sanctuary. I think that's the name.
Yeah, they got that.
Yep, that's the name. Saint Seiya.
They got that. They got it too.
Yep, it's dope. It is dope.
Yeah, see, they look cool. Look like dolls, kind of.
Yeah, they do. Yeah. They do. They look like dolls.
Put some money into it.
But the fights, man, especially the very last fight.
I don't mean in a bad way. I mean like in a good way. It looks good.
It's real stylized, man. But it works. It feels like what you watched in 2D, just their 3D. You know what I mean? And like the facial animations are nice. The choreography is nice. I was just like, man, this shit is dope. And I never got into it when I was a kid because it always looked too soft. Like it didn't look like my type of, of like action show. Same thing with Ronin Warriors. Like I didn't watch Ronin Warriors until I was older.
When it was on. No, I caught that too.
It used to.
That was good. Oh man, you missed out a little.
Yeah, I did. I was like, man, I watched it. It used to come on at like 6 a.m. back in the day, and so it came on right before Dragon Warrior. I don't know if you ever watched that.
Channel 11.
Yeah, real early in the morning, and so when I woke up and that was on, I knew I could sleep a little bit more, and then wake up to watch Dragon Warrior because I used to watch the shit out of Dragon Warrior. So. I watched a handful of episodes, and it just seemed like it dragged, kind of the way Dragon Ball does, where like they get to those moments where they just talk about how powerful the thing is, and I just was like, man,
a lot of filler. That's it.
Exactly. It just felt like filler. Talpa's so powerful. We have to get this thing, and then they keep talking about getting the thing. I'm like, get up and go get the thing. So you can fight Talpa and win. Stop talking about it. You know what I mean? But they talk and talk and talk, and there's all this exposition, and then you got to wait another episode for them to actually get up and go do the damn thing.
Oh yeah.
So
that used to kill me on Dragon Ball Z.
Oh my god. That's like most of the series.
That fucking planet was supposed to blow up like 5 minutes ago, and they are still fucking talking. Like, what the fuck?
Right? It's 5 minutes in the show, but it's like 10 episodes for us. It's like, come on, man.
Oh my god.
How are you still talking about this nonsense? But yeah, man, it was one of those things. But I did go back and watch some Ronin Warriors. I think they're actually about to do a new series of Ronin Warriors with like real good animation. That was another thing.
Oh wait.
I didn't like the look of it back
before we stop.
Did
you watch Human Mechanism latest video? He's saying that the not True Heroes, Power Team Elite, Elite Force, they're making new vehicles.
They're making new planes. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, they're making new jets and stuff. I don't know. Some of it, I agree with some of what he's saying. Don't make another F-14. That makes no sense. Like, seriously, how many fucking Sky Strikers do you want? Like, I don't know, and that's my gripe with the G.I. Joe community. They want the same thing. It's like what we were talking about when we started with, instead of growing and letting things, evolve, they want the same exact shit from 1984, 1983, 1984 now.
Yeah.
And it's like, come on, man. Our freaking armed forces have evolved. Can we evolve too? Can we allow our collections to evolve? Like we should be moving towards like near future stuff or like 100% modern stuff. Like we need Super Hornets and freaking some of the experimental planes. Do those right. Like a lot of people bitched about the Storm Eagle, the YF-22. They didn't like it because the cockpit was weird. I remember. I think didn't you say that too? You didn't like the cockpit for one of those, and it is weird.
No, the
you talking about
the one with the water gun in it?
Yeah. Yep, that's the Storm Eagle.
No, the only thing I didn't like was how the front the two pieces close together. To me, when it comes to a plane, the first plane I ever seen was the Sky Striker.
Gotcha. Yeah.
So it just has to. I don't want them to re-release that, but if it doesn't it does have to look complete to me. If I see that little split that's gonna bother me, I'm gonna have to try to fix it to straighten it out. That's the only thing that bugged me out.
Gotcha. Yeah, somebody in the comments was like they didn't like the seat for the Storm Eagle because it is weird. It's like laying down and it's a weird shape. So I get it. I totally feel where they're coming from, but it is a toy. So as a toy, I don't care. But if a company, especially as a GI Joe toy, it doesn't have to be fully realistic because it's GI Joe. It's not the official licensed, 1/18th scale version of that thing. It's a vehicle that resembles that plane. It's called the Storm Eagle. They can make it whatever they want, But like for what are they? World Peacekeepers, they always make the scaled down version of an existing vehicle. I mean, that's what it will say on the package, the name of the actual existing vehicle. So yeah, they'll probably make the cockpit more realistic and things like that. So if they do it, I think they would do something awesome because they would make it to spec or at least close. I'm just like the vehicle he pointed out. I can't remember what it was. It was like what was it? Strike Eagle or something like that, or an Eagle, something Eagle. It looks like a fucking Tomcat. Like it looks too similar for my taste. I would choose a plane that's
the one that he was suggesting.
Yeah, it looked too similar, and I was like, someone else said it in the comments too, but nobody seemed to pay attention to what he said. He was like, yeah, you say you don't want this plane, but then you recommend a plane that looks really similar to the plane that you say you don't want them to make. I was like, I don't know, and like, it's weird. The whole angle of wish lists where your logic is what the business would do is dumb to me. It's a wish list. So why not make your wish? Like, don't think like the company. Make your wish. Because it is a wish list. You don't control what the company's going to do. If we're wishing about stuff,
that's true.
Let's just wish and see what we can do.
Go all out.
Yeah. I would love them to do a version of one of these futuristic, vehicles that, I shouldn't say futuristic, these experimental vehicles that didn't actually get used, like it didn't make it to be the vehicle of the armed forces. It's just one of many. All these safe.
I see. That's what most of the Joe vehicles are. That's what made them so hot because it was like all experimental stuff. So yeah, I definitely hear you on that.
Yeah. Many of them were, and that's the funny part is that like the Joe collectors want realism, but then they don't realize that a lot of the things that we were collecting didn't exist. Like the Defiant.
The fucking Annihilator. Come on.
Yeah, exactly. It's like that's not a real thing. I mean, there's similar stuff out there, but it's not real. So I don't know. They've turned G.I. Joe into a weird, like, I don't know. It's not. Initially, it was supposed to be a near future kind of sci-fi aesthetic to it. Now when you read the books and when you look at what the fans want, they've taken all the fantasy out. They've tried to make it super realistic. Personally, I feel like they should be going in the direction of like Metal Gear with a more coherent story. And so vehicles should be based on...
Honestly, I stopped reading the new books because of that.
Yeah, same here. I was all in.
They focus on Dawn too much.
Yeah, you talking about the new Snake Eyes chick. Yeah.
Yeah, we don't even need a new Snake Eyes. Like, for what?
I agree.
We don't have a new Duke?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? The fuck we need a new Snake Eyes? I don't care. I was dumb.
Yeah, I agree.
And then the Sean kid got the same accidents, everything that happened to Snake Eyes, all in one book, in like a few panels.
Yeah.
Lost his voice, face is scarred.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna wear this mask. Why? I'm done.
It's true. But once again, it's because the fan base is asking for them to retread the same shit over and over and over. And I'm just like, I mean, I know it sells, but I want them to do more. Go further. Stop, like, give a good enough explanation for the weird shit in G.I. Joe so that the fans don't have to ask questions. They could be like, okay, like, you've explained
but honestly, they messed up and they went back. The same thing that ruined them to me
Mm-hmm.
in my opinion, like back in the days, is the ninja shit, and they doing
Yeah.
it again before the damn what was it, Revenge? I forgot the name of the group. That was a whole bunch of cyborg ninjas coming
Yeah.
out of nowhere. Like, oh,
Yep.
we messed it up. The,
I
the,
agree.
the first run of IDW, that was awesome, but
Uh-huh.
I don't know what the hell they doing. Larry Hama at the helm messing it right.
Yeah. I think Hama's become more of a no disrespect to what he's been able to
Yes,
accomplish.
man.
But yeah, it's like he's all about making that money, and that's it. He doesn't really care about the quality of the thing,
Yeah,
He's a good storyteller, don't get me wrong.
for integrity. Yeah,
It's just that he keeps letting anything pass, but I don't know. It's not for me. I can't get down with some of these weird changes. They just feel too like what do they call that, fan fictiony, Like this isn't how GI Joe was. This isn't how GI
yeah,
Joe is. But yeah, I don't know. Personally, like I said, I've said it so many times before. They need to go the direction of like how Kingsman was. Tell stories about the OG-13. Tell stories about Hawk and Colton back in the day, and then tell stories about like the new team, like a future team, so that we understand like how this works. How does this continue? Will this continue?
yeah.
Like what will change over time? Is the nature of warfare gonna change over time, or are we gonna keep telling stories in this same period forever? Because I just honestly I want to
Yeah,
see them
yeah.
grow.
No, but honestly, you said it before, and I didn't agree. But after a while, like, yeah, I see where you're coming from because it's like we still getting the same damn, you know what I mean, characters.
Yeah.
GI Joe was never just Duke and Scarlet, and it started out with a different team before that they should move on instead
Mm-hmm.
of just keep retreading the same stories over and over. It
Exactly.
leaves them like stuck
Yeah.
in this place.
Yeah, I mean, because you think about how many Joes there are. I was thinking about this the other day with Transformers. I'm kind of sick of like the alternate takes on everything. Like instead of constantly alternate universe versions of everything, every writer has to rewrite the whole thing. Add on to the existing thing. Have an evolution. One guy
Yeah.
starts it, and then you create a story that fits in the spot that guy left. And then the next team creates a story that fits in, even if you have to change the squad up. Change the
No, it's
squad
true
up.
because they have Joe Colton in the book, and it's like, what period was he fighting, and how
Yeah, because he's old. He's real old.
he's still here and looking so young.
Yeah,
So I definitely understand that.
yeah.
The
It
law
frustrates.
just doesn't make sense. He's fighting World War II, and he looks like he's 30 right now. I don't understand that.
Yeah, it's like you have enough characters that you can have teams that reflect this. I mean, there's so many Joes, so many, like, even in Transformers, so many Transformers. You can have a team made up of all, like, D-listers and just tell a good story where they get to be the main
It's true.
characters.
People buy it.
Yeah, because if the story is good, then it
Yours is
elevates
good.
the characters,
Yeah.
Same thing with the GI Joes. You got characters that never get play. They never get attention. And you could put them on a team, make them the main characters of their own book. Like, just do that instead of constantly restarting with Duke and with Scarlet and like, you don't have to do that. Just move on.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
Well, they said they were starting something new, but I didn't like the artwork on it, so I didn't even bother looking into it.
Yeah, some of it's weird.
It's that same generic
Yeah,
artwork that everybody's putting out now with the computer or whatever, using the 3D models.
yeah, where they trace over yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, it just doesn't look. It doesn't have that old looking feel like how it used to.
Well, it doesn't have any style.
Doesn't inspire me. Yeah, that's what I mean. It doesn't inspire me to want to draw. It's like a Disney cartoon on paper.
It's true. It's kind of just like, meh. But I mean, I'll give them props. They've been keeping it going. It's just, it's not going to really do anything more than stay how it's been if the fan base doesn't allow it to grow. And if they haven't let it grow in 30 years, I don't really see how it's going to grow much until the movie shows them. If the movie's successful and it shows them a different take, we're going to get another take. and then we'll end up going from there. You know, I'm just tired of that shit, man. Look at what they did with
You
DC.
talking about the Snake Eyes movies coming out?
Yeah, Snake Eyes, and then they're gonna do because you know what they'll build on that to make their movie because they're also doing a Chuckles movie.
Chuckles, I would definitely check out.
Yeah, that's gonna be dope. That's gonna be dope because they're doing it based on the run where he killed Cobra Commander. The problem is, when are you doing this? Like, you would have to you'd have to establish the GI Joe team first, and then introduce Chuckles as your, you know what I mean, your main character in his particular
side story. Yeah, but nobody's gonna understand.
Yeah,
if you're just leaving it with retaliation and the first piece of trash that they put out with. I doubt anybody even fucking remember those movies now. So
yeah,
I don't know.
Yeah, hopefully they won't.
I think that's why Snake Eyes kept getting pushed back.
Yeah, exactly. But what they said, what I read was that both Snake Eyes and Chuckles are going to be standalone films. So I'm like, you can't really have a standalone G.I. Joe film without G.I. Joe. Like, if you don't do the G.I. Joe film right, how can you do a standalone film about one of the characters from that team? You have to do the team first, and then, you know, or allude to the team, and then your next film should be, you know, full-on G.I. Joe movie. I don't think they're going to...
And that's how you know it's not going to be done right.
Yeah.
They're going to go the whole ninja route and hope kids just buy into that.
Yeah. It's going to be weird. It's going to be real weird. Hopefully it won't suck, but it feels like it's going to. It's so wrong, but it does feel like it's going to. Because I mean, I like G.I. Joe. I'm just tired of the direction they keep going in. Like, I wish that they would take more risk, you know? Like, come up with something completely out of left field that's not generic. Like, Scarlet and her Strike Force, whack.
Yeah, that shit was trash.
I'm like, come on, man. Making Rock and Roll a shotgun specialist? What the fuck is a shotgun specialist?
Yeah,
like, that's
that was
dumb.
Fucking dumb.
The team...
The artwork was all right because it looked like Tank Girl kind of.
Yeah,
Tank Girl.
Yeah, kind of like Akira too. Like, he drew his a lot of his men's faces reminded me of Akira. What was that guy's name? Giannis or something like that. Giannopoulos or Giannop.
I don't even remember his name.
Yeah.
I just remember the book not selling well, and then they canceled it.
Yeah, well, that's the book that had the dude that used to write for wrestling. You know what I'm talking about?
Oh, Citizen.
No, his name wasn't.
That's he talking about Aubrey Citizen?
Sitterson. Yeah, Aubrey Sitterson. That's his name. You're right. Yeah, he said some stupid stuff about 9/11.
Yeah, I remember that shit.
Man, I was like, for real, dude, come on. But yeah, he tended, that was kind of his way. Like, he just liked to offend people left, right, and center. So, I don't know, man. Like, those books just, it's like they can't figure out the identity, and they keep trying to make each book appeal to, you know, different people with the same group of characters, and it's like, or similar characters for the most part. It's like, just pick, each book should have a different team, and then they each could appeal to different people. Don't use the same characters and then write them differently in 5 different books and expect them to reach everybody, because that's not going to happen. We need Duke to be Duke in every book, and, you know, Snake Eyes to be Snake Eyes in every book, you know. But I'm not in charge, so like, you know, they're gonna keep on doing that nonsense where it's just, you know, whatever floats the creative team's boat, and you're just gonna end up with a mess of characters, and for me that just gets old, and that's why I don't really buy comics like that anymore. I used to, and then I stopped because I started seeing how it's more about the creative teams being different and being popular than it is about the integrity of the characters and the stories and the canon. People don't give a shit about canon, so I can't get into it.
Trying to do what's trending now.
Mm-hmm. I can't get into it. All this weird shit where, like, they keep writing stories where all the men are stupid and, like, the women are, like, amazing and stuff, and it's like, why can't they be amazing alongside dudes that are capable?
Like, but they're going the route of how they weren't respected, but they were. That's why it bothers me. I really don't understand.
Yeah. Like, they forget how many of these awesome characters, like Storm was always in the forefront. She's an awesome character. X-Men is like the perfect example of why this bullshit doesn't make sense. So many female characters in X-Men, good and bad. And
No, but then
they
now they're gonna say, well, I forgot what was the last one. Why is it called X-Men when they have women on the team or something
in the
like that? That was
movie,
the last thing they said about it. Like,
yeah,
come on, man.
in the movie,
You
yeah,
have better things to do in life.
exactly. Yeah, I saw that.
Like, I created this, so why are you complaining about it? Dude said, you create something.
Exactly. I remember I was watching that the other day. I watched Dark Phoenix, and she said that, and I was just like, oh my God. Why did you have to go there? For real. I couldn't believe it, man. I was like, you seriously left this in the movie. Like, you could have cut this shit out, and the movie wouldn't have been any different. It wouldn't have been bad because you took the line out.
Exactly.
It just doesn't make sense. Oh, God. I don't know.
Or they should have said, because X people sound fucking stupid. That's what they should have said.
Oh, it was so bad. The movie, and it's weird. The movie did a couple things right, but like everything else was wrong. Like I love the action because like Magneto actually fought how I always imagined he would fight, like using the pieces of debris and things around him to hit people. And he was using it to block too, which was dope. I dug how Beast was like flipping around and kicking shit and throwing people and whatnot. That looked really good. Cyclops was like rolling around and shooting things, and it was almost as if he had a gun, and it worked. That's the way he should move. And he was capable. He wasn't like getting knocked out, and then like Wolverine does all the work. There was no Wolverine in the movie, so they had to let the leader be the leader. But the problem was that they start the movie off with Mystique being the leader of the damn team because Jennifer Lawrence is playing her, and it's like, since when was this ever the way things work? Like it shouldn't be that way. But it is what it is.
I feel the same way with the costumes too. They want screen time all the time, so it's like they're not gonna wear the costumes or whatever. Like, come on.
Yeah, it's weird. Whenever there's a mask, they always got to take the mask off and show their faces because they're
the Tony Hawk. I mean, not Tony Hawk. Tony Stark scenes. Those scenes kill me because it's like he's always in the fucking helmet. Like, what's the point?
Yeah, his face is always showing. Spider-Man is the worst.
You got the.
They do it with Spider-Man
the HUD up and he just talking and
Yeah, I want to see him in the suit. I want to see the suit, and I want to see his head bobbing when he talks.
Yeah, Iron Man. That's the fuck I'm watching, not somebody monologuing. I'm all right.
Yeah. It's so true. Oh my God, it's true. And Spider-Man is the worst though, because like the only person who was like, fuck that, Andrew Garfield kept his mask on. But Tom Holland, it's like most of the movie, his mask is off so you can see his face. And I'm like, really? You're Spider-Man. People got cell phones.
Yes.
Put your fucking mask back on, man. What's wrong with you? I mean, it wasn't even that bad with Tobey Maguire. Even though he did take the mask off, at least he would put it back on. He'd take it off for a scene and then put it right back on and go do what he had to do. But right now, they should never have Spider-Man running around in the streets. But we got cameras everywhere now with no mask on. Like, that's dumb, man. That's so dumb. But,
fucking kid flying the drone is going to find out his identity.
Exactly.
It's crazy.
Exactly. They need to stop. But,
did you see the last movie? I didn't get to watch it yet.
Yeah, I checked it out. It wasn't bad. It just wasn't like, it was better than Homecoming in some ways. Like as a full movie, it was better than Homecoming. It wasn't boring. It had the right kind of pacing, and the tone was a little bit better where Peter just couldn't catch a break. Because, in the previous ones, and this is my gripe with him almost all across the board in this version, Peter Parker's the guy who, because of the choice he made to be a superhero, he kind of has to give up everything to maintain that choice. So he can't catch a break because he has to help people, and him helping people is gonna put his job in danger. Then him putting his job in danger is gonna make it hard for him to pay the rent. And then him not being able to pay the rent is gonna force him to, find another way and like sell pictures of Spider-Man to Jonah and Jonah's gonna undercut him so that he can just make his rent but not do anything else. You know what I'm saying? Like everything he does has some kind of consequence so that he can't have the perfect situation. So he can't be Tony Stark's best friend or Tony Stark's surrogate son or some bullshit like that, because that means he has money and he has resources. You know, he can't keep making suits with Tony Stark's gear, because the idea is that he's your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man. Therefore, he's on a friendly neighborhood salary, and he has to sew up his suit. You know what I mean? Or his, you know, Mary Jane will sew it up for him, and he goes out there in his fucking practically pajamas and fights crime. You know, and that's why we like him, because he keeps doing it. That's what was so dope about Spider-Verse. They completely showed you that shit. Like, this is how it is. Completely. He gets his ass whooped, but he finds a way to get up and win. Like, and he loves it, because that's his purpose. But it's not easy, and he shows you how fucking difficult it is, you know? And I wish they would do that with the movies. Stop with these weird, like in the comics, Captain America is Spider-Man's hero. He's always been his hero. How did they figure Iron Man is now his hero? Really? Like, Tony Stark is just going to get everything? You know what I mean? Just because he made... Tony Stark... Iron Man has had the wackest trilogy of all the heroes in the... Next to Thor.
Yeah, you're right.
Iron Man had the wackest movies of the bunch. His first movie was dope. 2 was a mess. 3 was kind of whack just all together. It had cool ideas, but it was just like, no. It didn't feel like an Iron Man. It felt like Austin Powers or something. It just was too...
I honestly didn't even see it because
it was too goofy.
I didn't like 2.
Yeah, 2 was weird, man. It was too many things going on. It was like they needed to just, like... And they've said they did too much. It was too much studio meddling. And they wanted to check off too many boxes. So the story has way too much crap going on and there's no focus. And then they, like, one-shot the main villain. How is that?
Is that Whiplash?
Yeah, Whiplash. They literally build him up, and then they beat him with one hit. It's like, what was the point of all that shit? You know what I mean? Like, it didn't make any sense. But Iron Man has been the, like, I don't care if he's the first one. I get it. That's where your story started. But if you're being fair, it started with the Hulk. And people dissed it. Well, no, I mean the Avengers films. Blade started...
I got you.
Yeah, Blade started the whole MCU shit. You're right. Blade did. People diss him and say it's X-Men. No, it was Blade. You're right. That started off the Marvel Renaissance in film. But as far as the Avengers, there was an Easter egg in the... supposed Easter egg, but then at the end of the movie, there was an actual scene where Tony Stark shows up talking to Ross, and he talks about them putting together a team. And he's like, you want in? And then that's the end of the movie. And then Iron Man picks up where that left off, where Nick Fury shows up to Iron Man the same way he showed up to Ross about the Avengers Initiative.
Yeah, in the bar. Yeah, I remember.
So like, people diss the shit out of the Hulk. I'm like, the Hulk did a whole lot of things right. The Hulk looked crazy as fuck in that movie. That's one thing. The Hulk was tougher and harder than, like, previous Hulks that we had. He didn't look soft, and he didn't look happy at all. He didn't look, you know, unassuming. He looked crazy and scary. He was big. He was loud, and he was formidable.
Which one? The Ed Norton?
The Ed Norton
or the Ed Lee?
No, the Ed Norton one.
The Ed Norton one was awesome.
He was awesome. He looked like Dale Keown's artwork, and a lot of people dissed the shit out of him. And I'm like, you didn't see the first Hulk? How could you not be cool with the?
I love that the second one. I didn't like the first one.
Me neither. And most people said that. And then all of a sudden, is like this weird consensus with fans where they're saying that the Ed Norton one was whack. And I'm like, what movie did you watch?
No, that fucking fought Abomination.
Yeah.
Like, come on. It's somebody that equals his power and that's in the comic book.
Exactly. I was like, it's literally what we were reading.
That's some fucking 3-headed dog from the first one.
Yeah. So, like, I didn't understand that. I don't get where that comes from. It's just like people diss the Ant-Man movies. I'm like, did you actually watch the Ant-Man movies?
No, those are cool.
They're not bad movies.
Those are cool. I like them.
They're comedy.
Father, you know what I mean? It's cool. I like it.
It's like these superhero comedies with the heist piece thrown in, and then like a really good cast, freaking memorable sequences, you know, and you see his journey from being a nobody to somebody who actually matters.
Yeah,
it's
it
dope.
felt wholesome when I watched it. Honestly,
Yeah,
it felt complete when I watched it.
yeah. And people, I keep hearing these like hipster reviewers talking about how whack Ant-Man is. I'm like, wait, Ant-Man is not the greatest hero. I'm not saying he's the greatest hero by himself. What I'm saying is his movies are sound. There's nothing wrong with them, you know. If you don't like him, that's different. But like, there was nothing objectively wrong with the films. It was the action was good. The
his helmet looks good too. I like his outfit.
Yeah, the costume, it keeps getting better, and the effects are amazing. The jokes all land. I don't know why people just feel like they got to diss one of the films. I mean, I know they diss Thor. The Thor movies, like, they progressively were getting better until Ragnarok, and Ragnarok was just like the shit compared to all the rest. Like, because of Ragnarok.
Yeah, I love Ragnarok.
Yeah, I mean, and I'm not saying Ragnarok is perfect, because what it does is it takes a character who traditionally was kind of like a badass, serious, tough character, and it makes him kind of
turn to a comedy.
Yeah, straight comedy, and it's like, wow, and it kind of works, but it does undermine all that history, you know. But but it's still, it works better this way, and then it leans into the cosmic side.
They turn him into a buffoon more in
in Ragnarok,
Thunder God, like how he is in the comic.
Exactly.
The idiot, a bumbling idiot.
Exactly, and that kind of sucks if you like Thor. Thor and Cap were my favorite two next to Black Panther. Growing up, though, I didn't know too much. I didn't read Black Panther comics because I never liked the art in those books. Outside of like the old
I didn't like
books,
it because I always felt like they were trying to pander to the black audience.
Yeah.
Like Black Panther a little too on the nose for me. So
yeah,
I like him now, though.
Yeah, they finally fixed a lot of that, and I dig that now. But I remember back in the day, like there were too many. The art was never good enough. Some of the stories for me at the time didn't really make sense, and then now as an adult going back and looking at some of that stuff, it makes more sense, and it feels more. It just feels better. It feels more like a
coherent.
Yeah, exactly. So I dig him now more, and I think the movies, even though the end fight in the movie was atrocious, God, this shit was atrocious, man. I was like, why did they CG his costume? Of all the things,
I have no idea.
I don't understand. Like, just let a guy in a costume fight. Like, clean up the seams so we don't see the zipper and stuff. But like, let the dude fight. You know, like we should have got like raid level fight scenes, you know, like
I'm about to say he could have been Ray Park in that motherfucker.
Yeah,
nobody would know the difference. It's a costume.
Yeah, the quality, like the fights, that last fight or the end of the movie should have been him going through all those folks, all the fucking the border. What do they call them? The border tribe. He should have been just running through them with martial arts, just slamming folks and just knocking them down, not killing them, but just really showing them this is why I'm the king. You know what I mean? And then when he fights Killmonger, because you know they shot that fight scene for real, and then they turn around and put CG over it and added weird
CG
animation.
Oh, man.
So it's like you just jacked up some shit that looked good, and they looked legit. You can find the behind the scenes. It's on the DVD, and there's the featurette is also on YouTube, where you see Michael B. Jordan fighting Chadwick Boseman, and they're actually going through all the same fighting that you saw them do with the spear and throwing it up and catching it.
Oh, it wasn't stuntmen?
Nah.
I thought it was like actual stuntmen, like in the suits or whatever.
No, there's scenes
like the fighting.
Yeah, there's scenes where they use a stuntman, but that end fight, a big chunk of it was actually them. I was like, what? Like, this is nuts. And then you turn around and put their CG faces and CG everything. Like, it's like you messed it up for the sake of messing it up, and you didn't have to do that. So, I don't know. I hope they get that right. But, like, they should have had choreography on par with the Raid. I don't know. Have you seen the Raid 1 and 2?
Yep.
They should have had...
Part 2, I didn't really watch all the way through, but part 1, definitely.
Yeah, part 2 is vicious, man. Good God. The last couple fights in that movie, shit. That was one of the first movies where, like, I was jumping. Like, when people would get hit or shot or cut or something, I'm just like, you feel it. Like,
that dude through the door, the one he slammed on the broken pieces of the wood door. This
Oh, in the
mech
first
like
one,
went through it.
yeah.
Oh
Oh
man,
shit. Yeah, it's visceral. It's visceral. The second one puts all that to shame, though. The second one, even just the way it opens up with the dude digging his own grave, and then when he looks back, the dude's got a shotgun in his face, and then he just blasts him, and all the chunks hit the camera. I was like, shit.
but that's what I tried. I watched the first one, and then we tried to. It was me and a group of friends. We tried to watch the second one right after, and he's like,
Oh, yeah. It's slow at first.
"Give him a break. That's too long." You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Like,
yeah. It's a lot
yeah,
of it's a lot of intensity for a long time to sit through. What is that? It's like
yeah.
4 hours, 4 hours of like pure violence that you just yeah, that's a
And
lot.
then you not really understanding like the language and everything.
Yeah.
We got to read another movie now. Like, nah, I can't really get my friends to sit down for that.
Yeah, but when you get a chance, check that one out though. It's good. The fights are better than the first one. The the plot is crazy. It's more like I want to say kind of like it reminded me of, is it Donnie Brasco? Is one of those like undercover cop joins the the family, and then the family starts to they don't suspect him at first, and he's doing all these things to redirect their suspicion, and then finally they figure it out. He's the mole because he's a cop, and then shit starts to hit the fan. Except we got martial arts in this, and
All right.
the fights are fucking nuts, man. There's a chick called the Hammer Girl that fights with two big ass. Well, they're not big, like regular hammers, like the utility hammers, and she's like cutting people with the other side of the hammer, like the piece that you use to pull the nails out. She's like
Pull the nails out.
yeah, she's like grabbing dudes' balls with that shit when she's fighting them, and she's hammering people.
Chill. Oh,
Yeah,
man.
it's ridiculous, man. I was like, oh my god! Like the whole time, I'm just like my knees are hurting and shit, and my fingers, and I'm just like, oh my god! And then there's another dude. He's like, she's mute, and I think no, she can speak, but she's something about her eyes are jacked up because she wears shades all the time. And then there's a dude. They call him the baseball bat dude. Baseball Batman is what they called him, and he fights with a like a tin baseball bat or with an aluminum baseball bat, and it just hurts every time he hits somebody. You're just like, God, man, this shit looks like it hurts for real. I mean, it's some of the most painful hits I think I've ever seen in a film, because typically hits look fake because they don't show you the point of impact. This movie,
they show you from like a back angle.
yeah, this movie you're close up and you're seeing people are getting hit. And sometimes the way that they fake the hits, I'm pretty sure they use some CG to mix it up to make it feel like that, or there's like a double, like a dummy or something that they're hitting up close. But some of these hits are so hard, it's just like fuck. It feels like somebody really died. And like the
I hear you.
you gotta check it out, man. It's one of those movies where like it makes you wonder why more big, because it's not a very big budget. I think the first movie was made on like a budget of like $4 million or something, which is a lot of money. But in terms of
Yeah,
films,
we had like 3 different locations
exactly,
in the movie, though. In the first one.
yeah, it was like outside the outside the apartment complex, inside the van, and then inside the apartment complex.
that was
That was the whole movie. And then this one,
was it, yeah. But the movie felt good though. Watching it, it really felt good. So I definitely check out the second one.
yeah, it's worth it, man. But yeah, man, I think yeah, we should wrap up here because man, I could go on forever.
Yeah, it's late too.
It is late, but no, it's been fun, man, and I I apologize for how long it took for us to finally sit down and do this. My schedule's been just crazy, so I haven't been able to just be be home to do all this. But yeah, I'm glad you're able to chill with me, and I was able to have the time to sit around and just geek out, man, because this is necessary. We got to do this more often.
Definitely, man.
So yeah, man, next time you get free time, let me know, and I'll let you know next time that we're gonna do one of these with a bunch of us, and we'll all jump in. maybe next time I'll use Google Hangouts or something so that we could all be on there. I don't know if Hangouts is any better than it used to be, because I know a lot of times when we were using it for the earlier Off Our Brains, you would hear it cut out a lot. So I don't know if it's not as bad. You know, hopefully it's not. But you know, I'll try and get other people on there too. Get Agent O in there and Clarion and maybe even what's his name, Kyle, Action Figure Addict 112. Get him on there.
All right.
So we'll see what's going on. But yeah, man,
Definitely.
Thanks for joining me. And yeah, I guess.
No problem, man. It was nice talking to you, man.
Yeah, it was fun. Definitely fun. So yeah, we're gonna next time. And you know what we should do? This is what we should do. We should review something. We should review something together. If we'll maybe we'll go in on some Joy Toy shit like Mechs. That's what we should do. Like we'll get the same mech and then like just geek out about it, kind of like a big review, you know.
All right. Oh, you talking about the 118 one, right?
Yeah, the 118 one. That'd be dope. We'll get one of those and then just see what happens, see how it works, and see if we both enjoy it. You know, that'd be dope.
All right. Yeah, definitely. Hell yeah.
Cool.
That's the only thing I'm looking at from them now. That's it.
Yeah, same here. There's been a bunch of mechs. I have them bookmarked. I'm like, man, I need to get this one. I need to get this one, and they seem to be pretty reasonable.
No, don't get no other mechs.
Yeah.
Don't get no. That's the only mech that's 118 unless you're into the 124.
Yeah. I'm talking about just design wise, because what I thought of with the 124th scale ones, I would just leave them closed, and just, you know, in the pictures, I could fake the size. You know what I mean? Like in Photoshop, I could make the mech look bigger, so that I could fake it, have the dude climbing in, you know, and not actually, like, I don't have to actually put him in. I could fake it on that. But yeah, I'm definitely gonna get that Freeman mech. I think it's called Freeman. What is it called? The Freeman. I got it up right here. Freeman machine armor. Yeah, machine armor. I'm gonna pick that up because I like the way it looks. But yeah, we'll do that. We'll get that and then talk about that.
All right.
Cool, man. All right, well, get some sleep.
Man, have a good night, man. It was nice speaking to you.
Yeah, you too, man. And for everybody else, you guys have been great. Peace outside.